to the quarry that night and I didn't plan it. Didn't even think about it. I just turned the wheel when I passed the gravel road and let my car roll down toward the old chain link gate like muscle memory had taken control. The quarry had been abandoned for 10 years. People stopped going there after the accident. The one everyone in town pretends never happened. The town council put up signs, blocked the road, and swore they would fill the place in. But they never did. It just sat there, a dead, quiet hole in the earth, full of water that never froze, even in winter. And that night, for reasons I still can't explain, I needed to see it again. It was nearly midnight when I stepped out of my car. The gravel crunched under my shoes in a way that sounded too loud compared to the empty woods around me. No wind, no insects, no movement. Just a thick, heavy quiet that made the air feel padded. The moon was full, but clouds kept dragging over it like something was pulling them across the sky, covering it, uncovering it, covering it again, almost rhythmic. The gate was still chained shut, but the fence had a tear in it, the same tear it had 10 years ago. Nobody ever bothered fixing it. I slipped through. The path down to the water was overgrown, but my feet knew where to step. I had walked this path so many times as a teenager that my body moved like it remembered every dip, every rock, every root. I kept my flashlight on the ground, mostly because I didn't want to look up, didn't want to see what the quarry looked like now, didn't want to acknowledge the strange pressure building in my chest, that feeling like you're getting close to something you're not supposed to see. When I reached the bottom, the smell hit me. Cold, mineral, wrong. Quarry water always smelled strange, but this was different. This smelled like iron and something else, something sterile and sharp, like chemicals. I aimed my flashlight at the water, and my breath stopped. The water was rippling, not from wind. There was no wind, not from animals. There were no fish in the quarry, not from falling rocks. The ripples were big, deep, slow, like something beneath the surface was moving. Something large. I stepped closer, my shoes digging into the soft dirt. Hello? I don't know why I said it. My voice sounded small and stupid against the open water. The ripples slowed, then stopped. The quarry became perfectly still, completely flat, like glass. And then a whisper, right behind me. Not loud, not clear, just a breath of sound that slid into my ear like someone standing inches from my skin. You're early. I spun around so fast I nearly fell. My flashlight beam cut through the trees, through the rocks, through empty air. Nobody, nothing. Just that heavy silence closing in again. I backed away from the shoreline, slowly, carefully, my heart slamming against my ribs like it was trying to crawl out of my chest. And then the water moved again. Not ripples this time. A bulge. A slow rising, like something beneath the surface was pushing upward. I held the light steady, my hand shaking, and for a split second, just long enough for my brain to register the shape, I saw it, a face, pale, human-shaped, pressed right against the underside of the water. Eyes open, mouth open, hair floating upward like drowning strands, staring at me. Then it sank, softly, gently, like it had never been there at all. The water settled, flat again, silent. I didn't scream, didn't run, didn't breathe. I just stood there, paralyzed as a single cold realization wrapped around my spine. That face, I recognized it. It looked exactly like me. A voice exhaled behind me again, soft as cold breath on my neck. Come in the water. The moment the voice told me, come in the water, every part of me locked up. I didn't turn around, couldn't. My mind was frozen, stuck on the image of that face under the surface. My face, staring up like it had been waiting for me all this time. I swallowed, the sound loud in my own ears. Then I forced myself to turn. Slowly, so slowly. My flashlight beam dragged across the rocks, across the trees, across the dirt, and when it stopped, there was no one behind me, not a single footprint in the gravel, not a shadow, not a breath, just the empty quarry shore, silent, cold, watching. My hand shook so hard I almost dropped the flashlight. I whispered into the darkness, my voice trembling. Who's there? Silence. The kind of silence that doesn't just sit in the air. It leans in. Then, a ripple on the water. I whipped the flashlight back toward the surface. Nothing, just empty black water. But then something brushed against my shoe. I jumped back, letting out a choked gasp. It was just a stick, or maybe a root. But the timing was too perfect, too deliberate. I backed up until my spine touched the rock wall behind me. I needed to get out. I needed to leave. But my legs wouldn't move, because the water began rippling again, this time spreading outward from a single point, dead center of the quarry. Like something was rising, something big. I raised the flashlight higher, and the ripples stopped. The water flattened, and then I saw it, reflected in the surface. Not the moon, not the trees. Me, standing at the edge, except it wasn't my reflection. My reflection doesn't stand completely still. My reflection doesn't breathe wrong, doesn't tilt its head independently of mine. This one did. The face in the water blinked slowly, backwards, eyelids rising instead of falling. Then the mouth widened into a smile, too wide, unnatural, and the face whispered from the water surface itself, the sound vibrating straight into my bones. I remember drowning. My stomach twisted. My hands went numb. "That's not me," I whispered. The water face blinked again, and then, as clear as if someone stood beside me. "But you didn't." A cold weight pressed against my back. Something touched the back of my neck. Not a hand, a fingertip. Wet, cold, wrong. I spun around. Nobody. The air was empty, but the fingertip-shaped wet spot on my skin was real. Ice cold. I grabbed the flashlight with both hands now, gripping so hard my knuckles ached. I forced my voice out barely. "Why do you look like me?" The water surface rippled once, then calmed. Then the answer came, slow and soft, spreading across the quarry like mist. "There are two of us." My breath caught in my throat. The ripples widened. Darkness shifted beneath the surface, like something was swimming upward, rising toward the shallows. "You left," the voice whispered from below. "I didn't. I wanted to run. I should have run, but I couldn't tear my eyes away from the water, from the shape forming beneath it, a pale face rising, a pair of hands reaching, long fingers brushing the underside of the surface like a mirror. My fingers, then. The voice exhaled, closer than ever. "Let's trade." The water exploded upward. I stumbled back, slipping on the wet gravel, falling hard on my shoulder. The flashlight spun out of my hand and landed pointing upward, illuminating the spray of water falling back into the quarry. When I grabbed the flashlight and pointed it back toward the shoreline, my breath stopped, because standing knee-deep in the black water was me, soaking wet, eyes too dark, skin too pale, hair plastered to a face that wasn't quite shaped right. It tilted its head, smiled faintly, then whispered with my voice and something else beneath it. "It's cold down here." And then it started stepping out of the water, Everything about drowning is wrong. Movies lie, books lie. People who've almost drowned lie without knowing it. Real drowning isn't frantic splashing and wild panic. It's quiet, cold, slow, personal. It pulls you into yourself, strips away thought, memory, identity, until the water feels like a second skin hugging too tight. As soon as the quarry water closed over my head, that familiar wrong silence hit me. The sound of the world vanishing. Light shattered above me like broken glass. The moon blurred into warped silver lines. Cold swallowed me whole. I clawed upward, or what felt like upward dash dash. But the water had become thick, viscous, alive. It felt like trying to swim through an animal's throat, and the thing pulling me didn't let go. Something gripped my leg tightly, a hand, a root, a memory of a hand. I didn't know, but it wasn't dragging me down. It was dragging me into the quarry, into the place beneath the water where no light should exist. And as the pressure around me deepened, as the cold gnawed at my bones, as my lungs tightened, I began to remember. The memory that never belonged to me. I wasn't in the present anymore. I wasn't in my body. Suddenly, violently, I was 10 years younger. I was underwater again, but not the water I'd just entered. This was the night of the accident. The night none of us ever talked about. The night I thought we'd all escaped. I saw flashes, the ledge collapsing under my feet. The splash, the instant darkness, the desperate reaching. The hand grabbing my ankle, and another grabbing my wrist. My friend screaming my name. My lungs burning. My heartbeat stuttering. My foot slipping. My fingers letting go. My body sinking. Light blurring above me, and then something else. Something I didn't remember. Something I should have remembered. A second me. Another version of myself, deeper in the water, eyes wide, mouth open in a silent scream. He lunged upward, reaching for me, reaching for life, reaching for the surface, and somehow I climbed over him, not physically. I didn't push, but I rose, and he sank. Our hands passed each other like mirrors misaligned. His fingers brushed mine, his eyes begged, and the quarry took him. I felt it, the pull, the choice, not his choice, not mine, the quarry's. And then my friend pulled me out of the water. But which one? Which version of me Which soul? Which body? The vision shifted violently. Everything went black. The void under the quarry. When I opened my eyes again, if they were even eyes at this point, I wasn't in water anymore. I was in a void, a cavern, a world beneath the quarry that defied logic, a place that should have been filled with rock, dirt, and pressure. Instead, it was hollow, dark, and alive. A vast, enormous chamber stretched around me, lit only by faint bioluminescent veins pulsating along the walls like arteries. The ground wasn't solid rock. It pulsed, fleshy, elastic, organic, like the inside of a creature's rib cage. Taut membranes stretched over bone. Pools of water dotted the chamber floor, each one reflecting impossible shapes moving beneath the surface. I drifted, suspended, weightless, as the truth hit me like a hammer. This was the quarry's heart, a place between life and drowning, between breath and silence, a pocket of the world where water held memories too tightly to let them go. And floating there, resting on the pulsing flesh, was him, the other me, the one who drowned. He lay curled on the ground like a child, hair drifting lazily in the water-thick air, skin pale, lips blue, eyes hollow but open. He looked dead. He was dead, a drowned corpse preserved perfectly by whatever the quarry truly was. But when I drifted closer, his head turned toward me, slowly, painfully, with a soft crack of neck joints frozen in time. And he whispered, "You shouldn't have come back." I tried to speak, but I had no voice. My lungs weren't working. My body didn't exist the same way here. I only thought the words. "What are you? What happened to you?" He blinked, and tears, or water, leaked from the corners of his eyes. "You climbed up." I didn't. He reached a trembling hand toward me. The chamber around us pulsed in response, water dripping from the ceiling, the light veins glowing brighter. The quarry keeps what it catches. He sat up, bones cracking, joints resetting like brittle wood. "But it let you go." He stared into me. "Why?" I didn't know. I didn't want to know, but the chamber seemed to know. The walls tightened, the floor convulsed. The pools of water swirled faster. He whispered, "It let you go so you would bring it back." A cold, razor-sharp realization cut through me. The nostalgia, the memory, the road pulling me off course, the face in the water, the voice behind me. Nothing about this was accidental. The quarry wanted me here. Not years ago. Now, because the drowned version of me was rotting. His time was done. And mine was running out. The purpose of the quarry. The chamber trembled. A deep hum filled the air, a vibration that rattled whatever was left of my bones. The walls pulsed. The air thickened. Bubbles rose from the pools as if something beneath them was waking up. The drowned version of me pointed downward, his finger shaking. Look. The pools began to glow. Shapes surfaced, dozens of them, maybe hundreds. Faces, bodies, people, all preserved, all dead, all drifting peacefully below the surface. Everyone who ever drowned in the quarry, every swimmer, every hiker, every missing person the town never spoke about. Eyes open, skin pale, breathing with the rhythm of the chamber, waiting to be replaced. My thoughts spiraled. Replaced by what? The drowned me whispered, by you. Then he stood. Every bone in his body cracked. His head twisted slightly to the side. His voice deepened, no longer just his, but layered with dozens of other drowned voices. Someone must stay in the water. The chamber responded instantly. A low roar, like a massive heartbeat. Someone must take my place. He extended his hand toward me. Come home. The pools of water surged upward as if reaching for me. Dozens of hands made of liquid grabbing at my legs, my arms, my mind. I tried to scream, but I still had no voice. I tried to swim, but I had no body. I tried to run, but there was no ground, only water. Water that wasn't water. Water that remembered everything it ever swallowed. Water that wanted me back. The drowned me stepped closer, his face inches from mine. You escaped once. You don't get to escape twice. Then the water dragged me under, and the world snapped. I hadn't been back to my childhood house in almost 15 years. I didn't plan on returning either. Not after the things that happened there. Not after the way my family insisted we never speak of it again. Not after the police reports mysteriously vanished and the entire street collectively decided the house didn't have a basement. It did. I remember it too clearly to pretend otherwise. And after everything I saw down there, after the one night that reshaped me into someone I didn't recognize for years afterward, I swore I would never step foot inside that house again. But the dead don't care about promises, and the letter I received last Thursday didn't give me a choice. It was a plain white envelope, no return address, no stamp. Just my name written in dark blue ink in handwriting I hadn't seen since I was 11 years old. My mother's handwriting. She died 12 years ago. Inside the envelope was a single sheet of thick paper, the kind we used to buy for her scrapbooks, and 6 words written in that same smooth looping script. He is still watching from below. No greeting, no warning, no explanation. Just that. I must have read it 100 times. Not because I doubted my own eyes, but because part of me hoped the words would rearrange themselves into something sane if I stared long enough. They didn't. The second thing in the envelope was even worse. A photograph. An old Polaroid, bent at the corners. It had been taken in the basement hallway of my old house. I recognized the peeling wallpaper instantly, that hideous green floral pattern I used to trace with my finger while I waited for my mother to come down the stairs. But the photograph wasn't centered on the wallpaper. It was focused on the window. That narrow ground-level basement window. The one that looked out into the side yard. The one that was always too dark, even on the brightest days. The one I used to avoid looking at because sometimes it felt like someone on the other side was staring back at me. In the Polaroid, something was pressed against the glass. Not a face. Not exactly. The silhouette was long, lean, lurking just outside where the grass met the foundation. A hand, too thin, too long, rested against the window pane, and a pair of pale, reflective eyes stared into the basement from the other side. Eyes that were not shaped like any humans. Eyes that I remembered too well. Eyes I used to dream about for years. I dropped the photo like it was burning me. It fluttered to the floor, landing face up. Those eyes glowed faintly even in the dim light of my apartment. Something in me snapped. Something old. Something I thought I'd buried. Something I thought therapy, distance, and time had killed. I picked up my keys. I packed a flashlight, a camera, and a knife I had no idea how to use. And I drove. The house. It took me 2 hours to reach the old neighborhood. The air felt heavier there, like the trees remembered things they shouldn't. My childhood home looked wrong, too still, too quiet, like a picture of a house instead of a real one. The lawn had grown tall. Color drained from the shutters, the paint peeling in long strips like shedding skin. The curtains in the living room were drawn tight, but the fabric bulged unnaturally, like something was pressing against them from the inside. The porch creaked under my weight. The front door was unlocked. I stepped in and the smell hit me first. Damp, dust, wood rot, and and something else beneath it. Something metallic and faintly sweet. The air tasted like old blood. The lights didn't work, but the house wasn't dark. The faint gray glow from the cloudy sky seeped through the windows just enough to outline the furniture. The same furniture we left behind the day we moved, untouched, covered in sheets like corpses waiting to be identified. But none of that mattered, because the moment I stepped inside, I heard it. A sound I hadn't heard since childhood. A slow, deliberate tapping. Tap, tap, tap. Coming from directly beneath me, from the basement. I froze. The sound stopped. Then it tapped again. Harder this time. Like whoever was down there wanted me to know exactly where they were. Tap, tap, right below the hallway. Right beneath the spot where I now stood. Right in front of the basement door. The door I had sworn never to open again. The door I had nightmares about for years. But the letter had said, "He is still watching from below." So I walked toward it. Every step felt heavier, like the house was pulling me in, swallowing me into its lungs. The basement door stood at the end of the hallway, white paint, rust around the hinges, a small lock above the handle, still broken from the night everything went wrong. My hand hovered over the doorknob. The tapping stopped. Silence stretched through the house like a held breath. Then, a slow scraping sound slid across the basement floorboards below me, like fingernails, dragging, following my movements. I swallowed, turned the knob, and opened the door. The smell that rushed out was cold, wet, wrong. Something old and moldy, mixed with a scent like stagnant water and rotting leaves. The staircase plunged downward into darkness. I clicked on my flashlight. The beam flickered. Of course it flickered. Why wouldn't it? I pointed it down the stairs slowly. The light barely reached the bottom, just enough to reveal the peeling wallpaper, the cracked concrete floor, and the basement window at the far end, half hidden behind shadows and grime. My heart stopped, because something was standing in front of it, something tall, thin, silent, watching, just a silhouette, perfectly still, facing the stairs, facing me. My breath caught, my knees weakened. The thing didn't move, didn't breathe, didn't blink, just waited. The air grew colder, and I realized I had come back after 15 years, and it had been waiting the entire time, waiting for me to open this door again, waiting for me to come back to the basement window, waiting for the child it had marked, And now, finally, after all these years, I had. I stood at the top of the stairs, fingers clamped so tight around the flashlight that my knuckles ached. The thin beam trembled as it pointed downward toward the thing standing in front of the basement window. It didn't move, didn't breathe, didn't shift even slightly. Its silhouette was carved into the darkness like it had been waiting there forever. Not a living creature, but a shadow with intention. My mouth went dry. I whispered without meaning to, "Is that you?" The silhouette didn't answer. It only adjusted its posture, so subtly I wouldn't have noticed if I hadn't already been staring at it with every nerve in my body pulled tight as piano wire. A single jerk of its shoulder, a touch of motion in its neck, like someone stretching after being still for a very, very long time. My stomach twisted. No animal moved like that. No human moved like that. I should have closed the door, should have turned and run, should have burned the entire house to the ground and watched the flames from 1,000 miles away. But I didn't, because the house was doing something to me, something subtle, something internal. The same way humidity gets into your clothes, into your lungs, into your bones. This house sank into me. It wanted me to go down. And I did. The first step. The moment my foot touched the top stair, the air changed. The temperature dropped sharply. Not icy, but cold enough that my breath fogged in front of me. The house was warm upstairs, but down here, the cold had personality, direction, shape. It pressed against my skin like invisible fingers. I took the second step, the third. Each wooden stair groaned softly beneath my weight, as if complaining about bearing a burden it remembered too well. Halfway down, I stopped. The silhouette at the bottom still hadn't moved, but the shadow behind it had changed. The shadow was thicker, darker, deeper than the rest of the room. Not absence of light, absence of space, as if reality was thinner behind it, as if something enormous was pressed against the other side of that window, using the silhouette as a viewing slit, waiting, watching, breathing just below the threshold of sound. My fingers shook on the flashlight, but I kept walking, because something stronger than fear was pulling me. Memory. The memory I didn't want. By the time I reached the bottom of the stairs, something clicked inside my mind. A small sound, a latch, a door unlocking in a long hallway of forgotten thoughts. My childhood. I hadn't thought of it in years. Not this house, not this place. Not the basement, not those nights, but now it came back, piece by piece, I remembered being 8 years old, sitting at the bottom of these same stairs, holding a little red toy car in my hands. I remembered the soft tapping on the window that came every night around 2 a.m., the same rhythm I heard on the floor above earlier. Tap, tap, tap. I remembered waking my mother the first time it happened. I remembered how she froze when she heard it, the way her face drained of color, the way she whispered "not again" under her breath before insisting it was the house settling. But the sound wasn't from the foundation. It wasn't in the pipes. It wasn't the house. It was a knock from the window, from something that didn't belong outside, something that didn't belong anywhere. I remembered asking her, "Mom, why don't we just move?" And she answered, with a voice trembling despite trying to sound calm, "Because it's not after the house." Then she hugged me too tightly and didn't sleep for days. I thought it was just nightmares. But the basement window, God, the basement window. I remembered it. Not clearly, like a flicker, but I remembered light, eyes, shapes, breaths fogging the glass from the outside when the night air was too warm for condensation. I didn't want to remember more, but memory isn't a choice. The window. Now, standing in the basement again for the first time in 15 years, I aimed the flashlight directly at the window. The silhouette soaked in the light without reflecting it, not absorbing, swallowing. Its body wasn't flesh or fabric. It was density, a shape of something much darker than the room around it. Slowly, painfully slowly, it began to shift weight onto one leg. The sound of its foot touching the wooden floor was impossibly soft, as if its body weighed nothing. And yet the boards beneath it trembled, like they feared it. Then I realized something else, something worse. It wasn't standing in front of the basement window. It was standing inside it. Its legs didn't cast shadows on the wall. Its feet didn't distort the floor dust. It was caught halfway between two realities. One foot here, one foot wherever it came from. It was emerging, trying to step into my world. Every instinct screamed at me to run, but I stayed, because behind that silhouette, behind those long, sharp outlines, there were eyes. Huge, pale, opalescent eyes pressed against the other side of the glass. Too big to belong to anything human, too round, too animal, too intelligent. Except intelligence wasn't the right word. Hunger was. Those eyes stared at me with the same recognition I saw in the photograph. The same familiarity. the same possessive stillness. It knew me. It always knew me. It had never forgotten the boy who used to sit in front of that window. It had never forgotten the only child stupid enough to look back at it. Now it saw me grown, and it was pleased, because I was finally big enough to take the scrape. Something scraped across the concrete behind the window. A long, slow drag, like fingers with too many joints tracing the cracks in the foundation. The silhouette jerked its head toward me, not smoothly, not in a living way, but like a puppet pulled violently by a string. My breath hitched. The flashlight beam caught its shape again, and I saw it. I saw its face, just for a moment, just a sliver, enough to break the person I thought I was. Its face wasn't a face, it was a mask, human-shaped only in outline, with a mouth too horizontal like the carved line of a wooden puppet, eyes replaced by deep, perfect pits of absence, not emptiness, absence, as though the shape of the face had been carved directly out of the basement darkness. Everything about it felt wrong. Wrong in the way that bypasses thought. Wrong in the way nightmares feel wrong. Wrong in the way instinct screams, "This should not exist." My stomach churned. My legs trembled. The creature turned fully toward me now, its form unraveling slightly at the edges, as if it was shedding one shape to become another. For the first time, the shadow behind it, the one in the window, moved too. A gigantic hand pressed against the glass from the outside. Long fingers, longer than human, longer than possible. The glass bowed inward. Webbed cracks spread like thin white veins. A single piece broke off, then another. The scraping outside grew louder, hungrier. The creature inside stepped forward. One step. Two. The floorboards creaked under weight that wasn't weight. And then it spoke. A low, rattling whisper that came from nowhere and everywhere at once. You finally came back down. My throat closed. My will broke. And the thing kept coming. I didn't start noticing the strange things about my town until the fog came back. It wasn't normal fog, not the soft, dull, sleepy kind that rolls in from the river at dawn. This one came in silent, thick, and unnaturally fast, swallowing the streets in minutes. I remember the exact moment it arrived, because the air pressure changed, like the whole world inhaled sharply and forgot to exhale. I was walking home from the convenience store, plastic bag in hand, thinking about nothing important. And then, all sound vanished. not muted, vanished. No cars, no distant voices, not even my own footsteps. Just this humming pressure behind my ears, like something enormous was standing just behind me, breathing quietly. I turned around, but there was only fog. A wall of it, dense, silver gray, moving strangely, not drifting like vapor, but pulsing, as if something inside it shifted weight from one foot to the other. I told myself to keep walking. I remember gripping the plastic bag tighter, like that would help if something decided to step out of the mist and greet me. By the time I reached the long stretch of Bridge Road, the world looked like a half-rendered game map. Shapes existed, but barely. Streetlights glowed as distant smudges. Houses became silhouettes, and I felt watched, not from above or the sides, but from eye level, close, as if something was inspecting me, studying the way I moved. Then my phone buzzed. Not a message, an emergency alert. But the tone wasn't the one phones normally use. It was deeper, drawn out, wrong, like someone imitating the alert sound from memory but getting the pitch and timing off. I unlocked my screen and the alert said, "Emergency alert, local anomaly detected. Avoid looking directly into the mist if you see a dog. It is not a dog. Shelter indoors. Do not respond to calls for help." I stared at it for a long time, too stunned to breathe. Was it real? A test? A hacked message? My brain refused to accept it, so I laughed once. The kind of laugh you make when you're scared and pretending not to be. And then something moved on my right. A figure emerged from the fog. Slowly. Very slowly. At first I thought it was a guy walking his dog. The vague shape matched, tall human outline, a smaller shape trotting beside it. But the longer I looked, the more I realized the proportions weren't correct. The dog moved strangely, not four legs, more like it shifted its weight in unpredictable, almost mechanical ways, like someone puppeteering a creature they had never seen before. And the owner, God. Its arms were too long, hanging near the knees, and its head tilted in several small, sharp jerks, the way mannequins sometimes get knocked into odd positions. I froze. The figure froze too. All three of its shapes froze. My phone buzzed again. Another alert. Do not make eye contact. Do not acknowledge them. Keep walking. I swallowed, forcing my legs to move. I walked slowly but steadily, heart hammering so loud I felt it in my teeth. As I got closer, the walker didn't continue forward. It just stood there, its long fingers twitching softly, its head tilted like it was listening to a distant signal. The smaller creature beside it swayed on limbs that didn't match any animal I knew. When I passed them, they turned toward me in perfect sync. Not smoothly, but in a horrible snapping motion, their necks clicking like poorly adjusted animatronics. I didn't look at their faces. Something deep in me knew I shouldn't. But the dog thing, it made a sound. not a growl, not barking. It made a voice, a human voice, a hoarse whisper that came out wrong. Help me. My entire spine turned to ice. I kept walking, faster this time, focusing only on the crosswalk light ahead, a blurry green blob in the fog. The whisper followed me, growing louder, more distorted. Help me. Help me. Help me. Then it shifted. The tone changed. It began mimicking my own voice. Hey, wait. Come back, please. That broke something inside me. I ran. The fog seemed to thicken as if reacting to movement, and I swear I could hear footsteps behind me. Too many footsteps. Heavy ones, light ones, scraping ones. Like several things began chasing me, none of them fully coordinated. I sprinted the last 50 meters to my house, slammed the door shut, locked it twice, then 3 times, chest heaving. The fog pressed against the window, turning the world outside into nothing but swirling gray. For a moment, silence returned. Then, a knock. Very soft. At my door. I backed away slowly. More knocking. Then a distorted voice muffled through the wood. I saw you drop something. I think it's yours. I hadn't dropped anything. Please. Open. It's cold. It didn't sound like a single voice. It sounded like several voices speaking through one throat. I stepped farther back. The last knock was harder, more urgent, more curious. Open, please. I want to see your face. My phone buzzed one last time. Lock all doors. Do not engage. The entity outside your home is not human. I didn't sleep that night. Not even for a second. Because the knocking stopped. But something stayed on my porch until dawn. Breathing. Learning me. I didn't open the curtains until the sun came up. Even then, I didn't want to. Every instinct in my body screamed that the thing outside hadn't left just because it got quiet. But sunlight always gives you that small, fragile courage. Enough to do stupid things you'd never attempt in the dark. I slowly lifted one corner of the curtain. At first, I saw nothing but my porch, still damp from the fog. Then my eyes lowered. And there it was. A shape. Crouched. Perfectly still. It looked like a man on all fours. But the limbs were wrong. Too long. Too thin. Its spine arched too high, and it balanced on the very tips of its fingers, like it didn't quite understand how hands were supposed to work. The skin was pale gray, taut, stretched thin over the bones. And its head was tilted toward the door, face pressed near the seam, as if listening. I didn't breathe. I didn't blink. My body just shut down, watching it. Then it did something I will never forget as long as I live. It smiled, not naturally, not slowly. The jaw cracked open wide in one sudden twitching motion, like a puppet whose mouth was yanked by invisible strings, teeth too many, too flat, too evenly spaced. A dental uncanny valley abomination. It was smiling at my door, waiting. I wanted to scream, but my throat closed up. Somehow it heard the thought more than the sound. Its head jerked up toward the window with a violent snap, neck cracking loudly enough that I heard it through the glass. And then those eyes. They weren't human. They weren't animal. They were reflective, like polished metal, catching sunlight in unnatural ways. No pupils, just two bright mirror-like orbs that seemed to turn and zoom in on me, like camera lenses adjusting focus. I dropped the curtain so fast I ripped one of the hooks off. Silence. A full minute. Maybe more. Then scraping, not at the door this time. At the window. Something ran along the siding. Quick, skittering, confused movement. As if the thing hadn't quite mastered the concept of walls and angles, and its limbs dragged at inhuman angles. I backed away until I bumped into the kitchen counter. The scraping stopped. A heavy, deliberate thud followed. It stood up. I could feel it. Not see, not hear. Feel. Like the air got heavier. Then something pressed against the glass. Not hard enough to break it. Just enough for me to hear the subtle vibration. Tap, tap, tap. 3 knuckles, slow, curious. I slowly reached for my phone with trembling hands. Before I could do anything, a new emergency alert flashed. Anomaly still present. Do not engage. Do not speak. Do not show fear. IT learns from you. The tapping grew faster, as if it reacted to the sudden spike in my pulse. I forced myself to breathe evenly, trying to calm down. My chest felt like it would implode any second. I backed into the hallway and sat down on the floor, knees to my chest, waiting for something, anything, to change. After maybe 10 minutes, the tapping stopped, and then the worst thing happened. Something spoke. Not from the window, not from the porch, from inside my hallway. I saw you. My entire body froze. The voice was wrong, completely wrong. It was my voice, but spoken like someone who had heard me only once and was now trying to recreate it from memory. The timing was off, the rhythm weird, the pitch slightly too flat. I saw you looking. Don't hide. I scrambled to my feet, heart slamming against my ribs. I grabbed the nearest object, a kitchen knife, even though I knew it wouldn't do anything. Come out. I want to understand. Every breath became agony. Step, step, step. The footsteps were behind the hallway corner. Slow, wet, bare, dragging slightly, as if it wasn't sure how tall to make itself. I backed into my bedroom, shut the door quietly, and locked it. The air felt thick, electric, like a storm was about to break inside the walls. The thing outside the door spoke again. Open. Please, don't hide. I've been practicing. Practicing what? My voice, my speech, my behavior. The knob rattled, then stopped, and then I heard laughter, but not one laugh. Several, layered, copied, merged, a whole chorus of voices it must have collected. Humans, animals, things I didn't want to imagine, all twisted together in a grotesque imitation of joy. That's when the emergency alert tone blared again, loud enough to shake the walls, forcing the creature to stop instantly, as if stunned. My phone screen lit up. The entity has breached your home. Help is on the way. Survive until then. Do not let it see your eyes. Help? From who? There were no special agencies here, no anomaly teams, no task forces. My town barely had 2 police officers, and the fog outside wasn't just fog anymore. Because when I looked under the bedroom door, just a tiny gap, I saw something moving in the hall. Something crawling. Something pale. Something with too many elbows. I covered my mouth to avoid screaming. The creature paused, then slowly, very slowly, its head lowered to the floor, aligning its eye level with the door gap, and a shining metallic reflection looked directly back at me. It whispered, "Found you." The moment its reflective eyes aligned with the gap under my bedroom door, I forgot how to breathe. It didn't blink, didn't twitch, didn't move at all, just stared, metallic and hungry, as if it was scanning me, adjusting some invisible lens to get a clearer picture. The air in the room felt like ice pressing into my skin. My heartbeat was loud enough that I was sure it could hear it. Then it whispered again, even softer, uncomfortably calm. "Found you. Found you." It sounded delighted. I stumbled backward until my shoulders hit the nightstand. The creature's long fingertips slid across the wooden floor on the other side of the door, nails tapping lightly, testing the sound, the texture, maybe even the distance. Tap, tap, tap. Each quiet tap felt like it was counting. The emergency alert tone blared again, making me flinch. The creature didn't flinch. My phone buzzed with a new alert. Do not respond to vocal bait. It is trying to learn your speech patterns. Remain silent. Do not look through the gap again. Movement Response Team, ETA unknown. Unknown. Of course. I squeezed the phone so tightly my knuckles went white. I didn't know who sent these alerts, or how, but right now they were the only link I had to any kind of logic. From the hallway, the voices began again. Not just one, not even two. Dozens. Whispering, laughing, crying, groaning. It was like the creature played every sound it had ever collected all at once, trying to imitate the noise a household is supposed to have. A mockery of normality. Don't be scared. Please help me. Open the door. I'm cold. You dropped something. I saw you smile. Stop hiding. Stop hiding. Stop hiding. Stop hiding. The voices layered together, then fractured apart again, glitching like corrupted audio. My phone buzzed. It can hear your breathing. Slow it down. I pressed my sleeve against my mouth and inhaled as quietly as possible through my nose. The creature went silent as if listening harder. Then, a scraping sound, slow, wet, heavy. Something dragged itself across the hallway carpet. Closer. Its shadow passed under the door crack, long, jagged, and jointed wrong. Its limbs bent at angles that made my bones ache just watching them. The handle turned very slowly, very smoothly, like it finally figured out how a human hand is supposed to work. Click. The lock held. The handle jiggled harder. The creature made a low, curious sound, halfway between a hum and a growl, as if it was trying to decide whether to praise the mechanism or tear it apart. Suddenly, it stopped. The entire hallway became silent. Something was off. The air pressure changed again. A deep, vibrating groan rumbled through the house, like thunder trapped underground. The creature hissed sharply, as if in pain or fear. Its hand slammed against the door, once, twice. Then it suddenly scrambled backward down the hall with frantic, disjointed movements. Not running, fleeing, and then, from outside, a new sound rose over the wind. Sirens, but not police, not ambulances. A low, metallic, warbling siren I'd never heard before, vibrating through the walls like a subwoofer. The windows rattled. My water glass quivered. The house itself felt like it inhaled. The fog outside brightened, glowing faintly white-blue, as if illuminated by something enormous moving through it. Something big, something heavy, something not human. I quietly approached the window, lifting the curtain by a hair. That's when I saw them. Tall, dark figures moving through the mist. Silhouettes, humanoid but too straight, too stiff, their heads crowned with rotating antenna-like structures emitting pulses of light. Each step they took sent ripples through the fog. They weren't walking. They were scanning. The light beams swept across my street, peeling away layers of mist like sheets of cloth. When one beam passed over my house, the creature in the hallway shrieked, a metallic, glitchy sound, and thrashed violently. It hated the light. The sirens intensified. I stepped back from the window. Then from the hallway the creature screamed. Not human, not animal. Something ancient, furious, cornered. My phone buzzed. Do not exit the house. The entity has entered aggression phase. Remain in your room. Cover your ears. Light sweep will commence. The light sweep. Before I could process it, the entire outside world detonated into pure white. Blinding, silent, absolute. Light poured under the door crack like liquid fire washing across the floor. I heard the creature slam itself against the walls dozens of times, screeching in distorted rage as the light burned through the hallway. The structure of the house groaned. Something large outside moved closer. The fog churned like boiling water. Then, silence. No creature sounds. No scraping, no tapping. Nothing. Just the fading hum of whatever those tall silhouettes outside were doing. The light dimmed. The fog settled. The sirens receded into the distance. I waited. 5 minutes, 10, 20. Then, finally, a soft chime from my phone. Operation complete. Anomaly neutralized. Remain indoors for 24 hours. Do not enter the hallway yet. Do not look at the body. My blood ran cold. Against every instinct screaming in my skull, I approached the door. The wooden floor was warm, as if still holding the afterglow of the sweep. I placed my ear near the surface. Nothing. I unlocked the door slowly, very slowly, and opened it an inch. The hallway was dark, silent, and smelled faintly like metal and ozone. I opened the door wider, and then I saw it, the creature's body, or what was left of it, twisted, flattened in some places, burned in others, as if the light had partially erased it from existence. Its limbs were stretched out in every direction, some fused into the walls like melted wax. The reflective eyes were still intact, staring at nothing. But the worst part wasn't the body. It was the handwritten message smeared on the floor beside it in something dark and wet. You can't hide from all of us. My phone buzzed. A new alert. Multiple signatures detected. A second entity is still in the area. Lock your door. The day it started, the sky looked wrong. Not dangerous, not stormy. Just wrong. like a picture someone forgot to finish rendering. The clouds weren't drifting, they were frozen, hanging above town in unnaturally sharp shapes, like someone had carved them into stone. I stood outside the bus stop staring at them, waiting for the wind to move anything. A leaf, a piece of dust, a single blade of tall grass. Nothing moved, no breeze, no sound, not even the distant hum of cars from the highway. Just a suffocating, motionless stillness. I pulled out my phone, trying to check if anyone else noticed. Before I could open an app, the first emergency alert appeared. But the tone wasn't the one phones normally use. This one was deeper, slower, almost hesitant. Emergency weather anomaly detected. Remain indoors. Avoid sky exposure. If you hear your name, do not respond. I blinked at the message. Avoid sky exposure? Respond to what? Then I noticed something new. The clouds were darkening, not like a storm forming gradually, but like someone was dimming the brightness slider of the entire sky. The frozen shapes grew darker, thicker, pressing down as if gravity were pulling them closer. The horizon flickered. A faint electric static rolled across the old street lamps, and then, in the stillness, I heard it. Hey, my name, whispered, soft, from behind me. But when I turned around, nobody was there. Just the empty road stretching into the weird, still gray distance. My heart thudded once, painfully. I checked my phone again. No new alerts. I decided to walk home fast. The frozen sky felt like it was watching me. On the way, I saw a dog standing in the middle of the road. A medium-sized mutt, brownish gray. Or at least I thought it was a dog. It stood perfectly still, staring straight ahead, body rigid like a taxidermy model. Its chest didn't rise. No breath, not even a twitch of muscle. Just absolute, unblinking stillness. I moved slowly to the side, giving it space. Its head rotated toward me, not turned, rotated. A smooth 180-degree spin. No pause, no hesitation, no vertebrae constraints. I froze. Its mouth opened, but something was wrong with the jaw. The flesh beneath it folded inward like soft clay, forming a new shape every second, as if it didn't fully understand how a mouth was supposed to look. Then it tried to bark. It came out like a short, wet cough followed by a whisper too human. Hello. My heart slammed so hard it hurt. The phone buzzed violently with another alert. Mimic activity confirmed. The anomaly is not a dog. Do not run. Do not speak. Look down and walk away. My vision pulsed with panic, but I forced myself to lower my gaze and step backward. My shoes scraped the asphalt, loud, too loud. The mimic dog's feet clicked weirdly as it adjusted its stance, almost curious. Then it whispered again, softer, closer. Why are you leaving? I quickened my pace, staring at the ground. 2 more steps. 3, 4, dash, dash, dash. A shiver crawled up the back of my neck. I knew it was following me, trying to copy my pace. Suddenly it made a new noise. A strange, glitching imitation of something bigger, deeper, like it was trying different voices. Hey, wait. Friend, wait. Hey! A sharp, metallic howl erupted behind me. Not animal, not human, something scraping the edges of sound itself. I broke. I ran. The world behind me distorted. I heard galloping limbs, far too many, clattering against asphalt. Something skidded on all fours, then bipedal footsteps, then something else entirely. My own street finally came into view. But the sky, the frozen clouds weren't frozen anymore. They were descending fast, dark slabs of cloud material dropping toward the ground like falling ceilings, flattening the horizon into shapes no weather should ever make. Lightning flickered inside them, but the bolts were going upward from ground to cloud like reversed static. My phone buzzed again. Extreme weather entity descent. Do not look up. Do not stop. Shelter immediately. I sprinted toward my house, lungs burning, and then something even worse happened. The mimic stopped chasing me. Completely. Silence. A silence so sudden I tripped over my own feet, momentum collapsing into fear. I turned my head slightly, careful not to look at the sky. The dog thing stood motionless behind me, staring past me. Not at me, at the sky. It dropped its head low, limbs trembling. And then it spoke in a voice that wasn't trying to imitate anything human anymore. It's awake. A low rumble shook the pavement. The clouds tore open, and something inside the sky, something enormous, blinked. A light, like an eye the size of a stadium, flickered once behind the falling clouds. My body locked up. The mimic slowly backed away, limbs bending in ways that would have killed a real dog. Its voice cracked and gurgled, terrified. Run, run, run. The sky groaned again. A storm formed instantly, but the wind blew upward, not sideways. Leaves spiraled toward the clouds. Dust rose like reversed rain. Something unseen was pulling everything up. My body turned weightless for a moment. The mimic screamed. I screamed. The pavement trembled. And then another emergency alert exploded across my screen, bright red, vibrating violently. Sky breach level 1. The eye has opened. You must not be outside when it looks down. I forced my legs to move. The house was only 50 meters away. 40, 30. But the air pressure dropped so fast my ears cracked. Behind me, something massive shifted inside the clouds. A moving shadow bigger than a mountain. And then, very softly, I heard my name whispered directly above me. Not from a creature, not from the mimic, from the sky itself. I see you. When the sky whispered my name, I felt the sound inside my bones before I heard it in my ears. A low vibration, like a cello string plucked somewhere beneath the earth, but resonating straight through my skull. I see you. I froze mid-step. The mimic something behind me whimpered, a glitchy, warbling noise that didn't match any species on Earth. The air thickened so fast it was like trying to breathe through wet sand. Everything around me began to rise. Not dramatically, not at first. A leaf on the ground lifted. My shoelaces fluttered upward. My hair lifted off my forehead. Then pebbles floated. Then chunks of asphalt. Then street signs shook in their bolts. I crouched low, gripping the pavement, praying it wouldn't peel away from underneath me. The sky rumbled again. A slow, colossal inhale. The mimic's voice cracked. Don't look. Don't look. Don't. Too late. Instinct made me glance upward. For half a second, just long enough to burn into my mind, I saw a gap in the clouds parting like a curtain. Behind it, something glowed. Not sunlight, not lightning, an eye. Immense. Shimmering with pale blue light with vertical pupils stretching endlessly. A living chasm of luminous flesh. I dropped instantly, squeezing my eyes shut so hard I saw sparks. A violent force slammed into me, like invisible hands trying to wrench me upward by every bone in my body. My torso lifted off the ground a few centimeters. My fingers scraped asphalt. My shoulder cracked. I screamed and pressed harder, fingers splitting against the concrete. The eye's gaze pushed downward like pressure waves. I could feel it scanning the street, sifting through matter, searching. Then an emergency alert detonated on my phone. Direct visual contact detected. Drop to the ground. Do not move. The eye reacts to motion. Hold your breath. I slammed my face into the pavement, pressed every muscle flat, and held my breath until black spots filled my vision. The force pulling me upward intensified. The mimic wasn't as lucky. Behind me it shrieked, its voice splitting into 1,000 misaligned copies as its body lifted off the ground and contorted in the rising air. Its limbs stretched thin, elongating, losing structure as it twisted violently. I heard it slam into a streetlight with wet force. Its scream turned into static, Then silence. My lungs screamed for air. The sky moaned again, a horrible scraping resonance like two mountains grinding together. The wind reversed directions, blowing downward, then upward again, like the laws of physics were glitching under the weight of something colossal. I waited and waited. Finally, mercifully, the force weakened. My body dropped flat to the pavement. Pebbles rained down around me. A trash bin crashed somewhere nearby. A car alarm wailed in terrified feedback. The eye's presence receded into the clouds, its blue light dimming to a soft glow. Then the sky sealed shut again, the frozen clouds snapping back into perfect stillness like nothing had happened. I exhaled hard, chest heaving. For a moment, the world was dead quiet. Then, footsteps. Soft, approaching. I didn't dare lift my head. I feared the mimic survived and learned how to move more human-like. But the footsteps were wrong, perfectly measured. Too perfect. Then a voice, calm, collected, emotionless, spoke behind me. Stand. I froze. Not a command tone, more like a suggestion someone had rehearsed. You are safe. Stand. No. Nothing about this was safe. Nothing that suggested safety was truly human. I stayed down. The voice tried again, shifting slightly. You are hurt. Let me help. Then it changed to mimic my tone. My exact tone. Come on, get up. A shiver crawled across my skin. I still didn't move. Finally, the voice changed again, faster this time, fracturing, its speech patterns glitching like a corrupted file. Good. You learn. Don't look up. I heard its feet shuffle strangely, like it was dragging parts of its body across the ground. Then the tone darkened. But I'm not here for you. A long pause. It is. My heart stopped. A faint hum vibrated through the pavement. The air thickened with static. A low sound rose behind me, not thunder, but electrical distortion like someone was tuning the sky itself. Another alert burst onto my phone. Second entity detected nearby. Do not approach the mimic. The eye has marked you. Remain sheltered. Do not trust any voice. Marked me. The ground trembled. The voice behind me hissed, irritated, almost afraid. It wants you. It always wants the ones who look. Something brushed my back lightly. Not a hand. Not a paw. Something soft but cold, like the underside of a jellyfish. I rolled away instinctively, stumbling to my feet. The street was empty, no mimic, no creature, no dog shape, no human. The sky was motionless again, as if stitched into place. Even worse, the houses on either side of the street seemed unfamiliar. Their windows were dark, curtains drawn, not a single sign of life. It was like the whole neighborhood was playing dead. I ran toward my house, refusing to look at the sky. Every shadow looked wrong. Every mailbox looked crooked. Even the trees seemed to lean away from me. As I approached my front door, my phone buzzed again. Enter shelter immediately. Lock all doors. Turn off all lights. Do not stand near windows. The eye is not finished. I fumbled with my keys, rushed inside, slammed the door, twisted the locks until my fingers throbbed. The moment I turned off the lights, the world outside shifted again. The frozen clouds glowed faintly. Something massive moved behind them, casting shadows across the entire neighborhood. Then, a huge, deep voice whispered from above, "One of you looked back." Every window in the house rattled. My phone vibrated violently, more urgent than ever. Shelter in place. Do not reply to the sky. The eye is scanning your home. I held my breath and crouched behind the couch. Something heavy settled onto the roof. Slow, massive pressure bent the wood. And then a new voice from the hallway inside my house whispered, "Hey, it's me. Let me in. Hurry." My voice. The mimic had found me again.
Outside thunder cracked, but not from lightning.
From something knocking on the roof. I didn't know which one was worse. The mimic inside my home, or the sky creature above it. Something shifted on the roof. Not like an animal. Not like a tree limb. It was too heavy, bending the rafters with deep, groaning cracks that sank straight into my stomach. Each movement sent dust drifting down from the ceiling in soft, hopeless spirals. The thing in the hallway, the mimic wearing my voice, whispered again, "Hey, hurry. Open the door. We don't have much time." Its footsteps approached the living room slowly, measured, too measured. It was trying to sound human. The thing on the roof shifted again, a long, dragging slide, like an enormous weight repositioning itself above me. Then, thud. A heavy, resonant impact right over my head. I clamped my hand over my mouth, heart beating so hard it hurt. The house creaked under the weight of whatever was outside. Another thud. Closer to the edge this time. The mimic in the hallway stopped walking. Everything went silent. Then, both of them moved at once. The roof creature exhaled a deep, slow sound like an entire storm breathing. At the same time, the mimic whispered, "It knows where you are." My phone buzzed violently. I snatched it, praying the vibration wouldn't give away my position. Critical alert. The sky entity has fixated on your coordinates. Repeat. Do not respond to any voice. Interference detected. Mimic inside structure. No instructions, nothing about survival. Just confirmation that both were here for me. A long shadow passed over the living room window, massive and shapeless, like a whale drifting just above the surface of the sea, except this wasn't water. This was my house. Plaster cracked. The ceiling bowed downward. A sound like stretched fabric tore through the room. I curled tighter behind the couch. The mimic stopped outside the living room doorway. Its silhouette cast a long shadow across the floor. Narrow shoulders, elongated arms, and a head tilting in small mechanical increments. It whispered, "Let me help. Please. I don't want it to take you." The voice almost sounded scared. "Not for me. Of the thing above us." Thunder rolled across the roof, but it wasn't thunder. I knew the difference now. This was movement, slow and purposeful, a deliberate repositioning of mass beyond anything that should fit inside the sky. Then, the house's entire frame vibrated as something pressed down from above. The roof dipped an inch. The mimic in the hallway took one step backward. "It's coming through," it whispered. The thing above scraped its weight across the roof again, pressing harder. A section of plaster cracked open, raining down white dust. Through the crack for a split second, I saw something. A line of blue-white light. Not lightning, not reflection. An iris. Massive. Peering through the ceiling. My blood ran cold. The eye from the sky had found me. My phone buzzed again. "Do not look at the light. The eye can read your intentions through direct gaze. Stay out of its line of sight." Too late. I had seen just a sliver. Would that count? The blue-white light slid slowly across the plaster crack, sweeping the room. Dust lit up like stars in space. Something inside the light twitched. A dilation. A ripple. Like the eye was focusing. I ducked lower, heart slamming. The mimic took another step back. It sees you, but it doesn't know what shape you are yet. A wave of cold air pressed through the ceiling. The mimic's voice changed again, distorted, glitching, layered. "You shouldn't have looked. You shouldn't have looked." It stumbled backward, collapsing onto all fours. Its arms elongated grotesquely, its back arching too high, bones shifting under skin like something preparing to molt. The roof beast pressed down harder, the ceiling cracking like ice under boots. A section gave way. Not the whole ceiling, just a perfect circle of plaster, cut cleanly from the inside, falling like a dropped plate. And through the opening, suspended in unnatural stillness, hung an impossibly large pupil, glowing faint blue. It stared into the center of the room. The air pressure dropped. My ears popped. My lungs strained. My vision dimmed around the edges. Behind me, the mimic let out a terrified, buzzing screech, a corrupted audio file of fear, as if the sky creature's presence was crushing it too. No, no, it's here, it's here. The eye shifted, very slightly, enough to indicate awareness, intention. I held my breath so hard it burned. The sky entity whispered, not with sound but with pressure, a vibration crawling across the floorboards. The one who looked, come forward. The mimic screamed, a sound that shattered into static halfway through. It lunged toward the living room entrance, not toward me, but away from the eye, scrambling backward with too many limbs. Don't let it take you. The eye's pupil contracted. The wind inside the house reversed again. A violent upward pull. The couch lifted an inch. Loose papers spiraled upward. My shirt tugged toward the ceiling. I grabbed a table leg, desperate fingers burning as the force nearly lifted me off the ground. The eye pulsed brighter. My phone buzzed again. Fast. Panicked. Sky entity initiating extraction protocol. Anchor yourself. Do not allow lift. The mimic will also try to drag you away. Do not let either win. Both? Both? I looked toward the hallway. The mimic was no longer afraid. It was crawling back toward me, fast, arms and legs bending in impossible angles, eyes reflective and dead. It whispered in a perfectly calm version of my own voice. If I get you first, it can't have you. It lunged. The eye above flared. The house lifted. I screamed. The night the road began to breathe, I was driving home through fog so thick it looked solid. Not mist, not haze, structure. My headlights didn't cut through it so much as dent it, like light pressing into snow. Everything beyond 30 meters was erased. No stars, no moon. Just a low, heavy ceiling of moving white that crawled sideways across the asphalt. I remember thinking it felt intentional, like the fog wasn't just there. It was positioned. My phone vibrated in the cup holder. I almost ignored it. There was no service on this stretch of road, but the vibration didn't stop. It pulsed in precise intervals, calm and patient. An emergency alert lit up the screen. Emergency weather broadcast. Dense fog event. Sector unknown. Reduce speed immediately. If you see a dog on the road, do not stop. If the dog stands on 2 legs, do not look at it. This is not a drill. My throat tightened. I slowed from 90 to 50. The road vanished into white. The fog thickened around the vehicle, wrapping it in slow, undulating movements like breath against glass. And that's when I felt it. The road shifted. Not visually, physically. A deep vibration hummed up through the tires, not from the engine, not from the asphalt, but from below the asphalt, like something massive had exhaled beneath the entire highway. I clenched the steering wheel. Then something appeared in the headlights. A silhouette. Low to the ground at first, still, perfectly still. I eased off the brake, heart thudding. It was a dog, at least. It tested as a dog in my brain. 4-legged outline. Fur texture suggested by shadows, head down. It stood exactly in the center of the road, not looking at me, not moving, just waiting. My phone vibrated again. Do not stop for the dog. Do not flash your lights. Do not honk. I swallowed and rolled forward slowly. The dog's head lifted, too slowly, too smoothly. It turned its face toward me. Its eyes reflected my headlights perfectly. 2 flat white mirrors with no depth at all. My chest tightened with that specific nausea that only comes from seeing something that almost makes sense but utterly doesn't. Then its front legs straightened. It rose, not jumping, not rearing, standing upright. Its back stretched vertically, bones shifting under skin like plastic being bent in the wrong direction. What had been a canine chest elongated into something humanoid and vertical. The silhouette became wrong in every proportion. Too tall, too thin, joints in the wrong places. I slammed the brake. The car stopped dead. The emergency alert tone exploded from my phone, shrill and panicked. Fatal error. You have stopped. Do not make eye contact. Do not roll down the window. Do not acknowledge it. The thing tilted its head. Then its mouth opened, and it spoke. Not barking, not growling. In perfect, calm human speech. You're supposed to keep going. My blood went cold so fast it felt like my organs dropped. Its mouth moved incorrectly when it talked. The lips didn't match the words. The jaw dislocated slightly with each syllable, like someone playing a human voice through a broken speaker. Now, I'm stranded. My hands trembled violently on the wheel. Behind it, the fog thickened, pulling inward toward the standing shape like gravity had inverted. My phone buzzed again. It is a tempting, binding conversation. Silence is your only defense. The thing stepped forward, not walking. Its legs extended and retracted like telescoping rods, covering ground without any actual stride. The sound was wrong too. Wet, soft, like hands pressing into soaked paper. It's dangerous out here alone. You should let me in. It raised one elongated, joint-warped arm and touched the hood of my car. The metal dented inward slightly under its fingers. Not from strength, from pressure. Something beneath the road exhaled again. This time, harder. The entire car rocked gently, like it was floating on a sleeping animal's chest. The fog surged. The thing leaned close to the windshield. Its face was almost canine, almost human. Skin stretched wrong across the skull, nose folding inward like it hadn't finished loading. Its eyes reflected my face perfectly, too perfectly. Then its reflection smiled before it did. You already invited me when you stopped. A crack echoed under the road. Not asphalt breaking. Something deeper, bigger. The fog began to rotate slowly around the car in a massive ring. My phone vibrated again, violently now, as if struggling to get my attention. Second entity rising from substrate. The road is no longer a road. You have 6 seconds to move. The thing on my hood tilted its head. 6 is generous. I didn't think. I just slammed the accelerator. The tires screamed. The car lunged forward. The thing slid off the hood sideways with unnatural lightness, landing upright on its back legs without bending its knees. As I passed it, I saw the fog behind the creature bulge sharply upward, as if something massive beneath the road was forcing its way out through the mist instead of through the ground. A final alert flashed. Do not look back. If you see the road stand up, it will see you forever. But I felt it anyway. Behind me, the entire highway began to rise, not crumble. Rise like a spine arching under skin. And something huge began to stand up beneath the fog. I broke every speed rule I had ever followed in my life. The engine screamed as I floored it. Tires fighting for grip on asphalt that suddenly felt soft, spongy, like the road had developed muscle under its skin. The fog swallowed everything behind me instantly. My mirrors showed nothing but swirling white. But I could feel it. That wasn't imagination. That wasn't fear. The vibration beneath the car intensified into a steady, colossal heartbeat. Thum, dash, dash. Thum, dash, dash. Thum, dash, dash. pulse lifted the vehicle a few centimeters off the road before letting it settle again. Like the surface beneath me was breathing, like the highway itself had become a ribcage. My phone vibrated so violently it rattled out of the cup holder and skidded across the passenger seat. Another emergency alert flooded the screen in red static. Substrate entity confirmed. The road has entered locomotion phase. You are no longer driving on a fixed surface. Do not stop. Do not turn around. Do not pull over. The fog behind me surged forward in a single massive wave. For one horrifying second, the headlights caught something impossible rising through it. Not fully visible, not fully real, but unmistakably vertical. The road behind me was no longer flat. It arched upward in a massive curve like a vertebra breaking through skin. Asphalt split in long organic fractures that didn't look broken. They looked opened. Yellow lane markers stretched and warped like paint over flexing muscle. Something underneath was standing up. I heard a sound that no animal should be able to make. A deep, layered groan that rolled through multiple registers at once. Like wind through a cathedral, like metal under compression, like 1,000 lungs inhaling at different speeds. The fog peeled back in strips, and behind me, the road rose higher, higher, until it was no longer a road at all. It was a spine, segmented, flexing. Each crack in the asphalt now clearly a joint between enormous vertebrae, each one wider than 2 cars end to end. The highway wasn't collapsing, it was unfolding. The thing was using the road as its body. My breath hitched so hard I nearly blacked out. My phone vibrated again. Eyeless pursuer deployed. It does not see. It feels continuity. If you stop moving, you will be connected. Connected to what? The answer arrived instantly. The ground accelerated. Not me. The road itself. The spine behind me contracted in a violent whip-like motion. The entire highway lunged forward. My car jolted as if rear-ended by the ground. I was violently thrust forward in my seat, the seatbelt biting into my collarbone. The speedometer jumped without my foot moving an inch. The road was chasing me. It wasn't pulling itself toward me. It was repeatedly contracting and releasing like a massive muscle, surging closer in terrifying elastic bursts. Thum dash dash, thum dash dash, thum dash dash. Each beat stole more distance. I tasted blood, then I saw it again. The dog thing. Except it wasn't on the road anymore. It was running beside me, on 2 legs, perfectly upright, long limbs flexing silently through the fog, just outside my headlights' reach. It kept perfect pace at nearly 140 kilometers per hour, not panting, not straining, its body gliding rather than running. Its head turned toward me slowly. Its mouth didn't move, but its voice filled the car anyway. You shouldn't have left. My phone erupted flooded with overlapping alerts, one cutting into the next like a system drowning in panic. The mimic has been re-embedded into the chase. It is using your speed to maintain form. Do not slow down. Do not acknowledge it. Do not let it touch the vehicle. The thing outside pressed closer. Its fingers brushed the side mirror. The glass frosted instantly from the contact, not from cold, but from something like rapid biological crystallization. The mirror cracked and fell into the fog. You're shaking. You're scared. I like when you're fast. Its legs bent backward suddenly at the knees with a loud, wet crack. Adapting, and it surged ahead of the car, pivoting in mid-run to face me as it sprinted backward, keeping eye contact without turning its body. Its face tried to smile. The smile arrived before the expression did. Behind it, the road creature surged again, the fog rolling violently as the spine reared higher, exposing more of its impossible anatomy. Between the vertebrae, I saw not earth, I saw movement. Threads, fibers, massive pale tendons pulling the highway forward in convulsive locomotive contractions. The road was not being carried by the thing. The road was the thing. And it accelerated. My phone buzzed with something different this time, not an alert. A live transmission. Text scrolled rapidly across the screen. If you let it catch up, you will not die. You will become a path like the road. My lungs seized with panic. The mimic outside tilted its head. You'd make a beautiful one. I swerved, not to escape. I didn't know if escape was possible. I swerved because the fog ahead suddenly reshaped into a wall. A sheer vertical face of compression where something massive stood inside the mist, unmoving. The emergency alert screamed one final command. Hard left now. The road ends ahead, but the entity does not. I yanked the wheel. The car screeched sideways into an exit ramp I hadn't even seen through the fog. For half a second, the headlights illuminated a sign. Service access, no maintenance after dark. The ramp dropped sharply downward. As the car plunged into it, the main highway behind me rose violently upward, the massive road spine arching high over the fog as it attempted to follow. The mimic didn't jump the exit. It stopped at the edge of the drop and waved, not with a hand, with a perfect copy of mine. See you on the next stretch. The ramp curved steeply into darkness. Above me, the gigantic road creature howled, not in anger, but in loss, as if I had torn myself out of something that already believed it owned me. The fog swallowed the exit behind me. The highway vanished. The vibrations ceased. Silence returned so violently it rang. My car rolled to a stop at the bottom of the ramp. I was shaking so hard I couldn't shift into park. Then my phone buzzed one last time. Chase event suspended. Secondary terrain achieved. Do not assume safety. The road remembers you now. I stared into the fog ahead, and for the first time since this began, I realized I was no longer alone down here. Something moved in the mist at the bottom of the ramp. Slow, low, on four legs. I knew something was wrong the moment the town answered me before I spoke. It happened just past midnight, when I crossed the old county sign that still said, "Welcome." You'll get used to it in peeling reflective paint. I hadn't noticed that sign in years. I didn't even remember it being there. But my headlights caught it perfectly, and for a second the words glowed too bright, like they were trying to burn themselves into my eyes before the fog swallowed them again. The fog that night wasn't normal. It didn't drift. It waited. It sat in long, motionless banks between the houses, layered so thick that the buildings looked like cardboard cutouts shoved halfway into white foam. Streetlights didn't push the fog back. They sank into it like drowning stars. And the silence was wrong. No insects, no wind, no distant engines. Just the low sound of something operational far away, like a machine that never quite shuts off. My phone buzzed as I rolled past the last row of houses at the edge of town. Emergency alert. The sound didn't match the standard tone. This one was stretched, slowed, warped slightly out of key, like it had been copied too many times. Localized weather anomaly. Fog event. Remain indoors after midnight. If you hear your name before you say it, do not respond. If you see a dog with a shadow that does not match it, do not follow it. I stared at the screen longer than I should have. Hear my name before I say it? I laughed quietly to myself. More nerves than humor. Yeah, okay, I muttered. And somewhere behind the fog, the town repeated my laugh. Not an echo, a replay. Perfectly timed, perfectly pitched. I stopped the car. The sound hadn't come from behind me. It hadn't come from ahead. It had come from every direction at once. My pulse spiked. I forced myself to breathe and rolled forward again, slower now. The fog grew thicker the deeper I drove, packing itself between the houses like insulation. Windows were dark, doors were closed. The place felt evacuated without being abandoned, like everyone had simply stepped aside to make room for something else. That's when I saw the dog. It stood in the middle of the road underneath a flickering streetlight. Medium-sized, black fur, head bowed. At first glance, it looked normal. Too normal. My eyes almost slid right past it. Then I saw the shadow. the dog's body cast a short, stubby silhouette on the pavement beneath it. But behind that shadow was another one, long, upright, human-shaped. My phone vibrated again. Do not stop for the dog. Do not make eye contact with either shadow. Too late. The dog lifted its head. Its eyes reflected the streetlight in blank white discs, no pupils, no depth, like light bouncing off porcelain. Its mouth opened slightly, and I expected a bark. Instead, I heard my own voice. Hey, wait. It wasn't recording quality. It wasn't distorted. It was current. Like it was pulling the sound directly out of my throat without asking. My chest locked up. The human-shaped shadow behind it stepped forward. Detached from any source, it separated from the dog's feet and stretched upward into visible form, a tall, thin silhouette that didn't exist above the knees. No surface, no texture, just absence shaped like a person. The fog pulled inward around it like breath. The shadow spoke again, still in my voice. Don't go yet. The streetlights down the block flickered in sequence, one by one, like something enormous blinked across the town. Another alert hit my phone. Mimic presence confirmed. Do not allow it to finish your sentences if it completes a thought for you. IT gains partial access. Partial access to what? The dog took one step forward. Its shadow stayed behind. Then the shadow took one step forward. The dog stayed behind. They were no longer aligned. They were distinct versions of the same thing. The fog thickened. I couldn't see more than 10 meters ahead now. You came back, the shadow said in my voice. You always do. My hands shook on the wheel. I've never been here before, I whispered, and the town answered for me. You say that every time. My stomach turned to ice. The dog's legs folded the wrong way at the joints, bones rearranging under black fur that suddenly looked too tight. It rose slowly onto its back legs, stretching upward until it matched the shadow's full height. Now there were two upright figures in the road. One made of shape, one made of absence, both wearing my voice. My phone buzzed violently. Double source entity, body and shadow desync. The dog is the anchor. The shadow is the memory. If they merge, you will be recognized. Recognized as what? The street behind me vanished into fog. The street ahead folded into fog. The town no longer had directions. The upright dog crooked its head. You forgot again, it said gently. The shadow stepped closer to my windshield. Its outline warped slightly, like it was trying to remember which proportions were correct. But that That's okay. It continued softly. We kept you. The fog surged. Every house on the block shifted a few centimeters closer at once. I realized then that I hadn't stopped in the road. The road had stopped around me. The town was no longer a place I was inside of. It was a thing that had closed its mouth, and I was standing on its tongue. The moment the shadow said we kept you, the fog moved. Not rolling, not drifting, it rearranged, like someone reached into the town and slid the street sideways while I was still standing in the middle of one. The houses shifted by inches again, their silhouettes scraping across reality with a feeling I could sense in my teeth. The streetlight above me flickered once, twice, then stabilized at a slightly darker brightness than before. The upright dog took another step forward. The asphalt didn't crack under its weight. It softened. Its elongated legs sank slightly into the road like hooves pressing into mud. The smell changed immediately. Wet concrete, iron, and something biological that roads were never supposed to smell like. Behind it, the shadow followed. But it didn't quite follow the dog. It followed me, staying perfectly aligned with my driver's side window no matter how the dog moved, its head tilting in tiny increments like a curiosity algorithm adjusting its angle. My phone vibrated again in my shaking hand. The town is querying you. Do not provide verbal confirmation. It is using your past as input data. My past? The dog leaned forward slightly, its long neck bending with the smooth resistance of stretched rubber. You don't remember the nurse anymore, it said in my exact voice. But you screamed for her that night. My lungs emptied involuntarily. I had never told anyone about the hospital, about waking up restrained, about the fog outside that window too. The shadow's head tilted sharply. You weren't supposed to wake up yet, it added softly. Every streetlight in the block flickered at once in response. I pressed the accelerator just a little. The car rolled forward less than half a meter, then stopped. Not from braking, from resistance. The tires sank into the asphalt like they were pressing into muscle instead of stone. My speedometer jumped to 10 kilometers per hour, even though I barely moved at all. The upright dog smiled, not with lips, with a subtle venting of the skin at the corners of its mouth, like seams separating under internal pressure. See, it said, still slow. Behind it, the shadow lifted one long arm and touched the hood of my car without actually making physical contact. The temperature inside the vehicle dropped instantly. The windshield fogged from the outside and the inside at the same time, white blooming inward like two breaths meeting in the middle of the glass. Another alert screamed across my screen. The shadow is attempting soft merge. If it touches the vehicle and the dog at the same time, subject recognition will complete. Recognition. Again, always that word. The dog suddenly tilted its head back and inhaled deeply. The sound dragged through the street like a vacuum being pulled across wet paper. Every loose object around me, leaves, dust, scraps of trash, lifted gently and drifted toward the dog's mouth. The shadow leaned in closer. Breathe back. It whispered in my ear from nowhere. You always forget to do that. I realized with sudden horror that I had stopped breathing. I gasped. The dog's mouth snapped shut. The suction stopped. The fog slammed back into place all at once. My phone nearly slipped from my hand as another warning hit. Bidirectional breathing. Detected. The entity is sensing with your autonomic system. Syncing with my what? The upright dog stepped closer again. Its shadow didn't match its movement. Not by a fraction. Not by a frame. They were drifting farther out of alignment with every second that passed. He hasn't learned yet, the dog said gently. The shadow responded, he will. Every house on the street creaked at once. Not structural creaks, not settling wood. Joint movement, the town adjusting its posture around me. Windows shifted slightly in their frames. Doors subtly tilted inward. The fog drifted closer to the ground as if obeying a change in pressure that only it could feel. The street behind me sealed entirely in white. Not fog anymore. A wall. The dog took another step. I slammed the accelerator fully this time. The engine roared. The tires screamed, and the road gave me permission. The car surged forward violently, tearing free from the softening asphalt in a spray of black, organic-looking fragments that slapped against the underside of the chassis. The upright dog didn't chase. It stood still as I blasted past it. But the shadow slid across the hood like liquid darkness. It didn't resist me. It moved with me. Perfectly aligned with the windshield, still keeping pace as the environment blurred into streaked fog. The dog's voice followed me down the street, calm and disappointed. Next time you'll slow down again. The shadow leaned forward. For the first time, it spoke without using my voice. It used my mother's. Don't drive so fast, sweetheart. My vision tunneled. The street narrowed instantly. The houses leaned inward like teeth. My phone vibrated once more with a warning that felt slower, heavier than the rest. The town has switched voice profiles. It is searching for whatever slows you down. The shadow's hand pressed flat against the windshield. Not physically, conceptually. Pressure applied to the idea of distance itself. The car decelerated sharply without braking. The engine strained like it was trying to push through water. The dog's silhouette appeared far ahead again in the fog, waiting, smiling wider. "You always came back this way," it said. The shadow whispered against the glass in overlapping voices now. "Home. Help. You promised. Don't go. Stop." Each word carried just enough emotional weight to tug, to slow, to make me hesitate, and for half a second, I did. The car lost speed. The engine pitch dropped. The road beneath the tires softened again in response, welcoming me like a throat opening. The dog's smile widened. The shadow's head aligned more closely with its body. My phone screamed one last warning at maximum brightness. Hesitation detected. Recognition at 62%. If it reaches 70%, the town will remember where to put you. I don't know what snapped me out of it. Fear, anger, pure animal refusal. I screamed and jammed the accelerator to the floor again. The engine shrieked. The car tore forward. The shadow peeled violently off the windshield like smoke ripped backward by wind, shredding into fragments that dissolved into the fog. The dog let out a sound that was very close to laughter. The street split ahead. Not a fork, a choice forming itself around me. Two roads tearing open in the fog. Left, narrow, steep, swallowed by forest instantly. Right, wide, lit by flickering streetlights leading deeper into town. My phone vibrated with a final instruction before the signal went dead. The town controls the right path. The forest controls the left. Choose quickly. They are both aware of you. Behind me, the dog and its shadow began to realign. The town leaned inward. The forest exhaled outward. And for the first time since this nightmare began, I understood something with perfect, paralyzing clarity. Neither path led out. They only led to different owners. I chose the forest. Not because it felt safer, neither side felt safe anymore, but because the town already knew my voice. The streetlights on the right flickered in a pattern that matched my breathing too closely. The houses leaned inward like ribs closing around a heart. The town didn't just want me, it remembered me. So I ripped the wheel left. The car lurched violently as the asphalt tore itself into a narrow chute of road through trees that hadn't existed there a second ago. Branches scraped both sides of the car like grasping fingers. The fog folded inward so tightly it felt like I had driven straight into a lung. Behind me, I heard the town react. Not sirens, not screaming, disappointment. A A low, synchronized groan passed through every streetlight at once, like power lines mourning a downed grid. Then the dogs screamed, not in pain, in offense. The forest road dropped sharply downhill, and gravity took over whether I wanted it to or not. The engine screamed as I fought for control. The headlights caught flashes of tree trunks too close, too fast, their bark smeared into streaks of black and silver. My phone vibrated weakly on the seat. The signal was tearing itself apart now, lines glitching, words overwriting themselves. Territorial transfer in progress. The forest accepts you under protest. The town did not release its claim, so both of them owned me now. The road twisted in on itself like a kneaded spine, never straight for more than a few seconds. Every turn felt like a correction rather than a curve, as if the forest was continuously rewriting the safest way to keep me inside it. Something moved alongside me in the fog, not running, keeping pace without sound. A shape flickered in and out of the headlight beam, tall, segmented, bending at places legs shouldn't bend. It didn't cross into full visibility. It only hinted at itself through negative space, like something removed from the frame rather than drawn into it. And then the dogs reappeared, not from behind, from the trees. The smallest one darted out first, the one with the extra child's head dragging from its neck by that rope of skin. It ran on 3 legs now, the fourth folded uselessly beneath it, like a memory of a limb rather than a real one. You chose the wrong owner. The child head sang lightly as it kept pace beside my door. Now both get to feed. The tall grabber dog didn't run anymore. It leaned out of the fog over the road, its body emerging sideways between tree trunks that bent apart to let it through. Its limbs unfolded slowly, deliberately, like scaffolding being assembled in mid-air. The 7-legged one came last, not from any direction I could track, simply phasing out of the road ahead as if the asphalt exhaled it. 3 angles, 3 distances. No escape vector left. My phone burned hot in my palm as one last emergency alert forced itself through the interference. You have entered a shared hunting zone. The forest does not kill its food. The town does not lose its property. You are now both food and property. The forest suddenly accelerated the night. That's the only way I can describe it. The darkness thickened ahead like time itself compressing. The trees blurred inward instead of backward. The air gained weight. My headlights shrank, the cone of visibility collapsing until it barely reached the hood of the car. The tall grabber struck again. This time it didn't slam. It settled onto the roof. The entire frame sagged under its impossible weight. Metal creaked in long, tortured groans. Something point-sharp pressed down through the ceiling liner inches above my head. Too loud, the child had whispered. You're shaking the ground again. The 7-legged one surged out of the asphalt and hooked two of its root limbs around my front axle. The steering wheel locked, the road pulled, not stopped me, claimed direction. The car was no longer driving. It was being steered through me. My foot mashed uselessly against the accelerator as the forest dragged me sideways through a turn I had not chosen. Trees rushed past so close their bark shattered my side mirror. Then the shadow came back, not attached to a body, not aligned to any shape. It smeared itself along the inside of the windshield like oil pressed against glass, and this time it used my own crying voice. "Stop. Please. I can't do this again." The road softened instantly. The engine bogged down. The town's influence surged through the forest floor in response to my hesitation. Streetlight patterns flickered faintly between distant trees that should not have had electricity. The upright dog's silhouette appeared ahead, standing in the road again, even here, between trunks that bent aside to make room for it. The forest growled in deep, layered frequencies. The town answered with synchronized electrical flickers. Neither wanted to fight here. They both wanted me to choose again. The dogs slowed. The grabber loosened just enough to let the car roll forward under its own power again. The shadow withdrew slightly from the windshield, still pressed flat but less dominant. The upright dog's voice drifted through every tree at once. Last chance to come back the easy way. The forest answered in a sound like wind dragged across 1,000 throats at once. My phone vibrated one final dying message. Final ownership resolution pending. You must offer yourself to one, or both will take you apart to meet in the middle. Offer myself, not physically, conceptually, as a belonging, as a function, as something that stayed. The shadow pulsed against the windshield. The dogs waited. The road beneath the tires flexed like a throat deciding whether to swallow or speak, and I realized the truth too late. The earlier choices had only been rehearsals. This was the first one that actually counted. I don't know when exactly the school decided that I didn't deserve an exit anymore. Maybe from the moment I stepped underground. Maybe from the instant nostalgia dragged me back. Or maybe the school never cared why I came, only that I had. But by the time Part 4 ended, I wasn't exploring Brightville High anymore. I was sinking into it, like the building was a stomach and I was sliding deeper into its throat. The hallways weren't just rearranging, they were tightening, and every step I took, every breath I dared to make, the structure reacted, watched, adjusted, as if preparing something, as if waiting. The hallway that bent. I tried to stay calm, tried to keep track of my steps, left, right, straight, left. I repeated it in my head like a mantra. But as I walked, something in my peripheral vision shifted. The hallway walls, they were no longer straight. They were curving, bowing inward, not visibly moving, but bending, reshaping themselves the moment I turned my back. I ran my hand along the wall as I walked. Concrete, cold, solid, but every few meters the texture changed. Smooth concrete became rough brick. Brick became metal paneling. Metal turned to old damp drywall. The school was shedding its skin, showing different layers of itself, or different versions, or different memories. The room without walls. I reached a doorway. Classroom 118. The sign was crooked, rusted almost in half. I pushed the door open. Inside was dash. Nothing. Not emptiness. Not furniture. Not darkness. Just nothing. No floor. No walls. No ceiling. Only a vast black space that swallowed the light from my camera. A void, absolute and silent, like a piece of reality had been ripped out. I leaned forward, just enough to angle my camera. The moment the lens crossed the threshold, the audio spiked hard. A deep, low-frequency rumble like a monstrous heartbeat. I jerked the camera back. The rumble stopped instantly. I backed away, heart pounding. Whatever that room was now, it wasn't meant to be entered by anything human or anything alive. The first real sound. I kept going deeper into the school, hoping to find a stairwell, a maintenance room, a hatch, dash. Anything that wasn't more hallways designed to trap me. That's when I finally heard it. The first undeniable sound. Not a structure settling. Not distant metal. Not air through vents. Something soft, something alive, a dragging sound. Shk, shk, shk. Like something heavy was being pulled across linoleum. I froze, held my breath. The sound stopped. I turned the camera down the hallway. Nothing. Just flickering lights. Locker doors shifting slightly in a draft that didn't exist. I lowered the camera. Shk. 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 Again, closer this time. The dragging wasn't random. It wasn't a shuffle. It was rhythmic. Like something walking with a long limb. Or pulling something behind it. But I didn't see anything, and that was somehow worse. The walls began to listen. I pressed on, trying to keep my breathing steady. The walls felt closer, not physically, but mentally, like they were leaning in to hear me. Every time I swallowed, I swear the hallway swallowed with me. Every exhale echoed back softer, as if something was inhaling what I breathed out. I whispered, "Hello?" The school whispered back, not with words, with the lights. They flickered once, then twice, then all at once. A cascading ripple of darkness rolling down the corridor, swallowing everything for half a second before the fluorescence flared back to life. My skin crawled. The lights weren't failing, they were blinking. Communicating, reacting, answering. The gym again. I turned a corner and found myself stepping into the gymnasium again, but this version wasn't the one I saw earlier. This gym was darker. The bleachers were missing rows. Half the banners were gone, leaving only the rusted hooks where they once hung. The scoreboard lay shattered across the floor, and the faintest echo of children laughing. Far, far away, drifted through the air. Not real, not fresh, not possible. Memories. Echoes. Something replaying the past like a broken film reel. I raised the camera. The lens trembled. Static crawled along the edges. For a fraction of a second, I thought I saw movement in the corner of the screen. A shadow that didn't match any object in the gym. Tall. Thin, standing just a little too still. I blinked and checked with my own eyes. Nothing. Just dust. But my hands were trembling now. I couldn't deny the feeling anymore. I was not alone, even if I couldn't see what was with me. The stairwell down. The farther I went, the more the school changed. Ceilings lower, lights dimmer, walls narrower, and eventually I found a stairwell. But not up, not to the exit I desperately needed. This staircase went even deeper. Rust-covered rails, cracked steps, a humid, cold draft rising from below. My camera glitched violently the moment I pointed it down. The image tore, pixelated, warped, as if something electromagnetic pulsed beneath the school. A loud pop exploded through the audio, like a blown fuse. I staggered back, heart pounding. But I knew the stairwell was important. The dragging sound that had hunted the hallways wasn't coming up from below. It was waiting for me to come down. I whispered to myself, "This is insane. This is insane." But I started walking down anyway, because there were no other options left. No windows, no doors, only hallways that twisted back into themselves like a knot. There was only forward, only downward, only deeper. The final realization. Halfway down, I stopped because I finally understood something. It wasn't that I couldn't find the exit. It wasn't that the school was rearranging randomly. It was much worse. Brightville High was guiding me. Every hallway, every turn, every locked door, every repeated room, it wasn't trying to confuse me. It was funneling me, directing me, pushing me toward something it wanted me to see. No monster had shown itself yet. Not because it wasn't there, but because it didn't need to. Not yet. Something loomed at the bottom of the stairwell. A pressure. A presence. A patient, hungry awareness, waiting for me to come down, waiting for me to be ready, waiting for me to understand. This wasn't nostalgia. This was a trap. And I had already stepped too far inside. The camera glitched again. The air grew colder, and the dragging sound echoed faintly beneath me. Shh, shh, shh. Getting closer. The moment I stepped over the lip of the hole, the temperature dropped. A soft, cool draft brushed up from the darkness below. Not cold enough to be threatening, but cold in a way that didn't feel natural, like the air had been sealed down there for decades, waiting for breath, waiting for movement. I aimed my camera down the concrete staircase and swallowed. My own voice sounded too loud. All right, I'm going down. I don't know why I said it out loud. Maybe I wanted to hear a human voice before the earth swallowed me whole. The first steps. As soon as my foot hit the top step, my camera began artifacting. Little pixel flashes, warped lines, colors bleeding. It wasn't broken. I had recorded with this camera hundreds of times. It had never glitched like this. The staircase descended far deeper than any school basement should ever go. The walls were smooth concrete, cracked in places, dripping occasionally with cold moisture. As I went down, a strange echo followed my steps. Not a normal echo. It returned too slowly, delayed, like the stairwell was far deeper than it looked. Like the sound traveled miles before coming back. I kept checking behind me, even though I saw nothing every time. But the moment I turned away, the light from above dimmed more, until eventually there was no light at all behind me, only black. My camera's faint light became the only thing keeping the staircase real. The first landing. After what felt like 10 minutes of descending straight down, The stairs opened into a wide concrete platform, and there, carved into the wall, half covered in dust, I saw it, Brightville High, lower campus access. I froze. My breath caught. This wasn't graffiti. This wasn't added later. This carving had been here for a very, very long time. Decades. Maybe longer. I touched the letters with my fingertips. Cold. Too cold. As if the concrete remembered something it shouldn't. My chest tightened. A huge metal door stood to the right, slightly ajar. Dust on the floor had been disturbed. Footprints, multiple sets. Old enough to blend into the floor, faded, but unmistakably real. People had been here, not just one. Not just recently. A long time ago, but long enough that the dust looked like a soft gray carpet. I followed the path with my shoe. The dust broke easily. These weren't animal prints. These were human. Dozens. Hundreds. All going into the school. None returning. The underground courtyard. The moment I pushed the door open, my camera light revealed a massive open underground chamber. And there it was. Brightville High, the front facade. The exact front of the school I attended. Buried under the earth like someone gently lowered it here. The brick walls were cracked, windows shattered, dust lay thick on every surface, old bulletin boards lay on the ground. A toppled trophy case rested against the wall, its glass broken. The courtyard was silent, not dead silent. A silence that hummed, that vibrated just under hearing range, like the building itself was breathing very slowly. The air smelled like dust, mold, and something metallic. I stepped toward the front doors. They were both wide open, almost welcoming. I whispered, "This can't be real." My voice echoed around the concrete chamber and vanished much too fast, as if something sucked the sound straight out of the air. The main hallway. Inside the school looked exactly as I remembered, and nothing like it at all. Lockers ran down both sides of the hall, some dented, some hanging open, some shut tight. Old posters clung to the walls. School play flyer, math club announcement, anti-bullying week, a faded Go Tigers banner peeling from the ceiling. My steps echoed sharply, too sharply, like the hallway was empty and enormous and listening. A torn backpack lay near the wall, half buried in dust. I nudged it with my shoe. Nothing inside, just scraps of moldy fabric. The deeper I walked, the more distorted the air felt. The lights overhead flickered sporadically, running on some unknown, impossible power source. My camera picked up intermittent sound glitches, pops, static, short bursts of interference that didn't match any environment I'd ever filmed in before. The classrooms. I opened the first classroom door on the left. The room was empty, completely abandoned. Desks overturned, chairs broken, glass on the floor. The whiteboard still had faint marker scribbles on it. Chapter 6. Test next Thursday. Don't forget to bring your assignments. Brightville strong. My skin crawled. This writing felt too fresh, as if preserved, as if untouched, as if no time had passed. I walked between the desks. Every step left clear tracks in the dust. I whispered, "Why is everything still here?" The fluorescent light above me flickered on and off, humming unnaturally. I hurried back to the hallway. It felt safer there, but it wasn't. The sound. I was halfway down the corridor when I heard it. A soft sound. So faint I almost thought it was my imagination. Not footsteps. Not voices, not breathing, something else, a distant, hollow clank. Metal hitting metal, echoing from the far end of the hallway. I froze. My camera seized for a split second, glitching backward a few frames. Another clank. Then a faint, dragging noise. Then silence. I whispered to the camera, "I think something's down here, or maybe something collapsed. I don't know." But even as I said those words, I knew the building wasn't collapsing. The sounds weren't structural, they were deliberate, slow, measured, almost rhythmic, but still too far away to identify. I forced myself onward. The gymnasium. When I pushed the old gym doors open, dust billowed out in a massive cloud. The gym floor looked warped, cracked in places. Basketball hoops bent downward, bleachers half rotted. Old banners hung from the walls. District Champions 2009, Brightville Pride, Tournament of Stars. I raised my camera and swept across the room. For a moment, everything seemed still. Then the audio spiked with a faint crackle, like someone whispering through static. I whipped around. Nothing, just empty bleachers, empty court, empty gym. But the static persisted, soft, inconsistent, like a radio picking up a faraway signal. I stood there for a long moment, just listening, trying to convince myself it was electrical noise. But there was no power down here, none. At least none that should still be working. The feeling of being observed went back into the hallway. The dust had shifted. My footprints were there, but beside them, something else. Marks in the dust. Not footprints. Not shoe prints, just disturbances. Long strokes. Little swirls. As if something had been dragged across the floor lightly. As if something brushed past. Quietly, following me without making sound. I knelt down and touched the marks. Fresh. Too fresh. Something had been here minutes ago, maybe seconds, and the silence grew heavier, thicker, suffocating. Every instinct told me, don't stay here. Move. Go. Keep going. So I got up, turned the corner, and kept exploring deeper. The cafeteria. The cafeteria looked wrong. Wrong because of how empty it was. Wrong because of how intact it was. No broken tables. No vandalism. No decay strong enough to explain the state of everything else. It looked like everyone left in the middle of lunch and just never came back. A tray lay in the middle of the floor, forks scattered neatly, chairs slightly pulled out as if someone had half stood up. I raised the camera to zoom into the far table, and the lens flickered white for a split second. A glitch. Just a glitch. I lowered the camera and checked the table with my eyes. Nothing. Just dust. I told myself the glitch was digital interference from being underground. But deep inside, a quieter voice whispered, something was sitting there a millisecond ago, and the camera almost captured it. I forced myself to breathe slowly. I'm just imagining things, I whispered. The building didn't answer. It just breathed back with cold, stale air from its vents. The quiet before the real horror. By the time I reached the back hallway, my nerves were shot. The school felt impossibly large. Like the underground version had grown longer hallways, new wings, new paths. Every locker I passed creaked. Every classroom door rattled softly. But there was still no creature. No footsteps behind me. No direct threat. Just that heavy pressure. That feeling of being watched, of something always right behind the corner, moving an instant before I turned. Every so often, a faint metallic clank echoed from far away, or what sounded like a distant locker slamming, or the squeak of an old table shifting. Sounds with no visible source. Sounds that seemed to wait until I was filming. Sounds that didn't follow human rhythm. But no creature yet. Just emptiness. Just loneliness. just a school that should not exist under the earth, waiting for something or someone, maybe me. When I finally decided I had explored enough and tried to go back, the entrance hallway was gone, vanished, replaced with a completely different corridor. Same lockers, same lights, different structure. Brightville High had rearranged itself. It didn't want me to leave. I whispered, okay, it's fine. I just need to keep looking, find the way. But deep inside I knew the school was alive. The school was listening, and it was not done with me. Before I begin, if you're watching this video, make sure you stay until the end, because I'm actually working on a short horror film based entirely on what you're about to hear. Every scene you're imagining right now will be recreated, shot for shot. If you want to see Brightville High brought back to life, or whatever version of it survived, you're not gonna want to miss it. All right, let's start. This is part 1. Just the beginning. Just the reason I ever decided to go back. This is where all of it started. You know that strange moment in life when nostalgia hits you so hard you can almost taste it? Not the good kind, not the soft kind, but the type that claws up from somewhere deep in your chest, dragging memories with it you didn't even know you kept. That's what it felt like. It came out of nowhere. A random Thursday night, gray sky, cold air, boring as hell. I was scrolling through my phone, half asleep, deleting old photos, and suddenly, there it was, a blurry picture of me and some old classmates standing in front of the main entrance of Brightville High. Fresh uniforms, plastic smiles, backpacks way too heavy for our spines. The building looked huge back then, majestic even, like some massive concrete guardian watching over our little teenage lives. Seeing that picture, something in my brain just snapped awake, like a switch I didn't know existed. It was the hallway smell I remembered first. That weird mix of industrial cleaner, old wood, and those cheap cafeteria waffles they sold every morning. I swear I could smell it again, like it never left me. Then came the faces, teachers I hadn't thought of in years, friends I thought I'd forgotten, and the building itself. Its long corridors, the sound of doors slamming, that echo of sneakers on linoleum floors. All of it hit at once, and before I even realized what I was doing, I was scrolling through Google Maps, typing in Brightville High, not because I planned to go there, not yet, just because I wanted to see it. Maybe stare at satellite images of the football field, zoom in on the front gate, check if it still looked the same. But the weirdest thing happened. There was nothing, not temporarily closed, not renovated, not permanently shut down. Just nothing. Like it had been erased. Like the school never existed in the first place. As if Brightville High had been swallowed whole. Like it got wiped out of the town's memory. Wiped out of the world. At first I laughed. Maybe the school changed names. Maybe Google Maps was being weird again. But then I tried searching the town records, old articles, news archives, and still nothing. Brightville High didn't come up anywhere. No yearbook scans, no reunion pages, not even a mention in old school district documents. As if the place that shaped my entire teenage life had been completely erased. That bothered me more than it should have. And the more I thought about it, the deeper that nostalgia dug its claws in. I kept thinking about the classrooms, the cracked tiles in the science lab, the faded murals in the gym, the teacher who used to yell at us for running in the halls, the way the sunlight used to hit the stairwell windows at 8 a.m., making everything glow orange. I remembered sneaking to the old playground after school, the one with the rusted swings and the blue slide nobody used because it shocked you with static every time. I remembered myself in that place, a version of me I hadn't seen in so long I barely recognized him. A version frozen in time somewhere inside those walls. And that thought, that weird, heavy, nostalgic ache, kept growing until it didn't feel nostalgic anymore. It felt urgent, like something was calling me, inviting me back, pulling at me, demanding I return. I told myself it was just curiosity, just a need for closure, just wanting to see how much the place changed, to walk through the old courtyard again, to maybe sit on the bleachers and let the past wash over me. But deeper than that, below the surface, something else was moving. A whisper, too soft to notice at first, buried under memories and feelings I didn't understand. A whisper that sounded almost like, "Come back. We're still here. We've been waiting." I brushed it off as imagination. But I kept thinking, why was there no record of the place? Where did it go? Why did everyone pretend it never existed? By the time the sun came up, the decision was already made. It felt inevitable, like I didn't choose at all, like the choice was made for me. I needed to see Brightville High again, with my own eyes. No matter how long it had been, no matter how much the town had changed, I needed to go back. And so the next morning, without telling anyone where I was going, I grabbed my camera, packed a backpack, and stepped out of my apartment, not realizing this trip would be the last thing I'd ever do alive. When I finally stepped outside with my backpack and camera, the morning felt colder than it should have been for that time of year. Not freezing, just hollow. Air that didn't breathe back. Air that felt like nobody else was breathing it with me. I brushed it off as nerves. Just nostalgia messing with me. Just the anticipation of seeing a place I hadn't walked toward in over a decade. Brightville High, my old school. A place that shouldn't have been so hard to find, but somehow was. I got into my car, turned the engine on, and let it idle for a minute while I tried to remember the old route. The road should have been simple. Turn left past the gas station, drive 2 miles. Take the gravel road behind Miller's farm and follow it straight. I used to walk parts of it every day. I could have done it blindfolded as a teenager. But now, when I pictured it in my mind, it felt wrong. Like a memory that wasn't shaped the way I remembered it. Not blurry, distorted. Like someone had rearranged the path over the years. Whatever. I put the car in drive and pulled out. The road that didn't want to be found. The first stretch through town was easy. Same shops, same streets, same old houses with the same peeling paint. But once I passed the gas station, everything changed. The road beyond it, the one that used to extend straight out toward Brightville, was gone. Not blocked. Not under construction. Not rerouted. Gone. Grass had grown over where asphalt used to be. Tall grass, too, reaching up to my knees when I stepped out to check. The road wasn't damaged. It was erased, as if nature had crawled over it and swallowed it whole. I checked the map again. It showed nothing, just blank green, like the road had never been there in the first place, like Brightville High never existed. But my mind, my memory, knew exactly where it had been. So I climbed back into my car, inched it closer to the grass, and followed the ghost of where the road used to be. The ground was bumpy, uneven. Grass scraping the underside of the car, dirt replacing pavement, but the farther I drove, the thicker everything got. Shrubs, branches, trees. The forest hadn't just grown. It had reclaimed, like it had reached out of the earth and pulled everything back into itself. Soon I couldn't drive anymore. The trees grew too close to each other, forming a barrier like ribs of an animal. So I parked, killed the engine, and stepped out. The silence hit instantly. That unnatural, heavy silence you only hear deep in forests far from roads and people. Except I wasn't far. Not yet. This was the outskirts of town. But it felt like I'd stepped into another world. A world Brightville High didn't want anyone returning to. Into the green. I walked for what felt like an hour, my camera recording the entire journey, its little red light blinking steadily. At first, the overgrowth felt normal, annoying but normal. Branches snapping against my jacket, leaves brushing my arms, roots tripping me. But then I noticed something strange. There was no wildlife, no birds, no insects, no squirrels, nothing. Just windless trees and a dirt path being slowly eaten by nature. And every time I looked behind me, the path seemed a bit different, like the trees had shifted slightly, like the forest was closing in. I tightened my grip on the camera and kept pushing forward, telling myself if I just kept going straight, eventually the forest would break open and I'd see the old school building. I kept walking and walking and walking. The forest got thicker. The smell of earth, leaves, and something damp turned heavy. The air got darker, as if the sun was struggling to get through the canopy even though it was still midday. And then I saw something, just barely visible through the trees. Something white, familiar, rectangular. My breath hitched. It looked like a sign, an old school sign, the kind that would have had bright red letters spelling out Brightville High. I forced my way through the branches to get closer, but when I reached it, it wasn't a sign. It was a broken piece of metal, bent, rusted, barely recognizable. Faded paint on the surface looked like letters once existed there, but now they were gone. Scratched off, eaten away. I ran my fingers over the metal, cold, rough old. I whispered to myself, why is everything gone? No answer, just the forest breathing quietly around me. Something watches. I kept walking, heart pounding, camera pointed ahead. That's when the air changed, became heavier, quieter. Not natural quiet. The kind of quiet that happens when something is watching you, when something is hiding, when the forest itself is holding its breath. I felt it, not saw it, felt it, a presence, somewhere behind me, somewhere above me, somewhere crawling between the trees, just out of sight. Every instinct screamed at me to run, but I kept walking. Kept filming, kept breathing too fast. Then something snapped a branch behind me. A heavy step, slow, measured. I spun around. Camera shaking. Nothing, just trees, empty forest, windless leaves. But I knew something was there, watching, waiting. I swallowed hard and muttered to the camera, "If I find the school, I'm leaving immediately. This place isn't right." And then, through the trees up ahead, I saw it. Not the school, not the building, not anything man-made, but a shape. Something dark, something tall, standing perfectly still about 40 meters away. My heart almost stopped. I couldn't see its face, couldn't see its arms, couldn't see details. Just a silhouette pressed between the trees, unmoving, wrong, as if the forest had grown something that should not exist. I blinked. The shape was gone, but the feeling wasn't. The feeling of being watched tightened its grip. And that was when I realized something horrifying. The forest wasn't silent anymore. It was listening to me, to my steps, to my breathing, as if waiting for me to go just a little further, as if waiting for me to find something, or for something to find me. The missing school. Finally, after another 20 minutes of pushing through the overgrown path, the trees opened, the ground leveled, and I stepped out into a clearing. This should have been it. This should have been where Brightville High stood. Right here. Right in this exact spot. But instead, there was nothing, just grassy hills. A gravel sand path winding lazily through the clearing. A few wildflowers and a small abandoned playground, half sunk into the earth. No school, no ruins, no foundations, nothing. Like Brightville High had been lifted out of the ground, completely removed, as if erased from existence. I whispered, "What the hell?" My voice cracked. My hands shook. None of this made sense. I spun slowly, camera recording everything. Just nature, pure, untouched, as if no building had ever stood here. And then, in the distance, barely visible through tall grass, I saw something strange, something dark, something not natural, a hole. Right in front of a massive tree, a perfectly round hole in the earth, deep, impossible, as if something had been pulled down into it. My camera flickered once, twice, static rising across the screen. Something in me whispered, "Don't go, don't get closer." But the curiosity, or nostalgia, or the thing calling me here, pulled me forward. Without thinking, without stopping, without realizing how dangerous it was, I walked toward the hole, and everything in the forest went silent again. I wasn't supposed to take the night shift. It was never part of my contract, and my supervisor made that very clear when I signed the paperwork. We don't do nights at Marrow Orchard. If the sun's down, you stay out. But budgets shrank, staff quit, and eventually, when the clocks fell backward in late October and the afternoon shadows stretched too long, they called me anyway. "This is a one-time thing," they said. "We just need someone on the property." What they didn't tell me was why they needed someone there. They didn't tell me the orchard used to be a cemetery. Didn't tell me the trees grew on top of unmarked graves. Didn't tell me the branches creaked even when there was no wind. Didn't tell me the fruit never rotted, not even after decades. And they definitely didn't tell me about the man who fell from the trees. The first signs. I arrived at the orchard just after sunset. Orange sky, long shadows, air cold enough to shiver the bones. Marrow Orchard was a wide, shallow valley of nearly identical apple trees. Perfect rows, perfect spacing, perfect silence. The trees had trunks like twisted ribs, bark gray and papery like old skin. The fruit hanging from the branches glowed faintly under the moonlight, too red, too smooth, too alive. I parked near the caretaker's hut and grabbed my flashlight. It worked fine at the car, but the moment I stepped between the first set of trees, the beam dimmed as if swallowed by the dark between the branches. I should have turned back then. But I'm the kind of idiot who assumes technical problems are just technical. I tapped the flashlight. It buzzed weakly. That was when the orchard breathed. Not wind, not creaking. Breathing. A slow inhale from everywhere around me. Branches rising slightly, leaves rustling without motion, apples trembling like they were waiting. And then the sound stopped, all at once, as if the whole orchard was holding its breath. The thing in the tree. I made it halfway down the main path when I heard a sound I will never forget. A wet crack, like a large branch snapping, but heavier, meatier. Then something thudded onto the ground. I froze, listened. My breath fogged in front of me. The temperature dropped suddenly, violently. I shined the dim beam toward the trees. Between two trunks, something pale dangled from a branch, swaying gently. For a moment I thought it was some kind of animal. A deer, maybe, or a raccoon. But then the pale shape lifted its head, and I saw a face, human, gray and slack, like wax that had started to melt. Its eyes were closed but twitching, Its limbs hung limp, twisted wrong, fingers trailing the grass. A rope of long black hair hung down like dead leaves. I stumbled backward, heart hammering. "Hey, are you okay?" The face didn't react. Then, without warning, the figure snapped upright, stiff as a puppet on strings, and opened its eyes. They were completely white, no pupils, no iris, just smooth, empty white. The thing didn't blink, didn't breathe, just stared at me upside down, hanging from the branch like a sleeping bat. Then its jaw dropped open, slowly, bone grinding against bone, and something fell out of its mouth. An apple, perfectly red, perfectly round. It rolled toward my boot, stopped. The hanging figure whispered in a voice like leaves sliding over a coffin lid, "Take it back." I ran. I ran so hard I nearly dropped the flashlight. Branches scraped my clothes, the trees whispering loudly enough to drown out my own heartbeat. Behind me, I heard the thump again, the sound of the body falling from the branch, then footsteps, fast ones. I didn't look back. The hut. The caretaker's hut was the only shelter in the orchard, a tiny wooden box with one lantern inside and a locked metal drawer. I slammed the door shut, bolted it, and leaned against it until my lungs stopped burning. Outside, the footsteps slowed, then stopped. The orchard breathed again. The door shook once, like someone ran a palm across it. Then silence. I turned the lantern up, desperate for real light. There was a note on the wall I hadn't seen before. "If it falls from a tree, it was meant to be buried. Do not touch the fruit of the dead." Below it was a list of names, all crossed out. Then, at the bottom, a fresh, uncrossed entry. Elias. My name. My handwriting, except I hadn't written it. The scratching begins. I heard scratching on the walls next. Slow, persistent. Something tracing its way around the hut, counting, measuring. Then a voice whispered right against the window, "Take it back." I looked through the glass. The figure was standing outside, not hanging anymore, not twisted, just standing. But its head was tilted at an impossible angle. The neck bent 90 degrees to the side, holding the apple out to me in both hands. "It's yours." The truth in the drawer. The metal drawer under the desk was locked with a keyhole shaped like a small apple. But when I touched it, it opened. Inside were dozens of old newspaper clippings, photos of missing people, and handwritten notes from the caretaker. One note read, "The orchard is not a place, it is a grave, and the dead grow ripe here." Another, "When one dies in the valley, the orchard claims them. It grows them back, it makes them fruit." My stomach twisted. The last note chilled me to the core. Do not accept what the orchard gives you. It will not stop until the circle closes. Right below it, pinned to the wood, was a fresh clipping dated yesterday. Local man, 27, dies in fall accident. Body not recovered. The headline alone didn't faze me, but the photo beneath did. It was me. The man who fell from the trees. The whisper at the window grew louder, more urgent. "Take it back! Take it back! Take it back!" The lantern flickered. The orchard outside began to creak and moan like 1,000 bodies shifting at once. I stepped to the window, and I saw something the articles didn't mention. The dead man, the hanging figure, was me. Same hair, same face, same clothes. But not alive, not breathing, just waiting. Pressing the apples into the glass with a cracked smile. "You shouldn't have left," the other me whispered. "You weren't supposed to get up." My knees buckled. The truth hit like a hammer. I wasn't here to watch the orchard. I was here because the orchard wasn't finished with me. My body wasn't recovered from the fall, so the orchard grew it, grew me. And now it wanted the soul back. When the door finally cracked open behind me, snapping the bolt clean off, I didn't turn around. I already knew what I'd see. Branches, hands, and my own face. Smiling wide, holding an apple. The thing in the doorway didn't move at first. It just stood there, half in the hut, half out. A silhouette with my shape, my posture, my height, but not my breathing. It inhaled in long, slow pulls, like the air had to crawl into its lungs. Its exhale rattled like wind through dead leaves. The orchard behind it rustled softly, not from wind, from awareness, from watching. And the figure whispered again gently, "You weren't supposed to stand up from the dirt." When it stepped forward, the wooden floor creaked under its feet as if the boards were greeting it, welcoming it. I stumbled back until my shoulders struck the wall. The lantern flickered violently. The shadow on the wall behind me twisted, bending in ways my body wasn't bending. It smiled, my smile, too wide, too sharp. Then it held the apple out to me again, hands trembling. Take it back. Close the circle. I didn't know what closing the circle meant, but every instinct told me if I touched that fruit, I'd never walk out of here again. The second me. I made myself look directly at it, at the face, at the eyes, not white anymore, black, deep, sunken, like pits dug too far. But behind the black, something else moved, like roots twisting. I finally understood. This wasn't a ghost. It wasn't a hallucination. It was a version of me grown by the orchard. A replacement. One that the orchard believed should have stayed in the soil. One that wanted my place back. I whispered, "Why are there two of us?" The copy, the grown me, blinked slowly, as if forcing the motion through stiff muscles. "There are more," it said. "Many more." Then it gestured toward the orchard, toward the endless rows of trees, toward the darkness between trunks. And as I listened harder, beneath the creaking wood and rustling leaves, I heard it. The soft thud of bodies shifting in branches. Not one, not a few, dozens, maybe hundreds. The orchard's breath. The copy stepped aside, as if inviting me to follow. The hut behind me felt suddenly too small, too dark, too close, and the orchard outside glowed with a faint, unnatural light, as though moonlight was leaking from the fruit instead of shining onto it. Against every survival instinct I had, I followed, because somehow, deep down, I knew this wasn't going to end unless I saw what the orchard was hiding. The air between the trees carried a cold sweetness. The smell of apples mixed with something metallic, like blood soaking into roots. The trees grew closer together as I walked, their branches lowering over me like hands, their trunks leaning inward. When I turned on my flashlight, it flickered violently before dying completely. But the orchard didn't need it. It lit itself. The apples began to glow, pulsing, synchronizing, like a heartbeat shared among thousands of trees. The ground vibrated. The orchard inhaled again, a long, deep, rattling breath, and then I saw them. The hanging versions. Bodies everywhere, hung upside down from branches like overripe fruit, some fresh, some decaying, some little more than skeletons wrapped in bark. And every single face was mine, every one, different ages, different wounds, different expressions, some smiling peacefully, some screaming silently, some still twitching as if dreaming. My legs nearly gave out. I grabbed a trunk to steady myself. The bark beneath my fingers pulsed like flesh. The orchard was alive. Alive with me. A voice whispered behind me, not the copy, but one of the hanging bodies, a newer one. Its eyes fluttered open. You died here. Over and over. The orchard remembers every version. Another body whispered, we feed the roots. Another, this time you got up. The orchard wants you back. Another, in my exact voice, give it the fruit. Give it yourself. The tree with my name. The copy led me deeper still, to a tree unlike the others, massive, ancient, its roots thick like exposed vertebrae, its trunk carved with words so old the bark had grown around them. I leaned close. My heart stopped. My name, written hundreds of times, layered, overlapping, Elias, Elias, Elias. Some carved deep, some shallow, some half-formed as if written by shaking hands, and nailed to the trunk, fresh and unweathered, was a wooden sign. The one who got up. Suddenly, every tree around me trembled, branches snapping, fruit falling. The copies hanging in the trees started laughing, dry croaking laughter, as their bodies swung violently from the branches. The ground beneath me pulsed like a heartbeat, and the copy, the one who led me here, stepped closer. It held the apple up to my face, its voice now deeper, layered with many tones at once. You don't belong in the waking world. You belong in the orchard. You belong with us. The roots break through. The earth split. Roots surged upward like skeletal fingers. They wrapped around my ankles and wrists, cold and slick, trying to drag me down. The bodies in the trees screamed in unison, a horrifying choir of my own voice. The orchard breath-filled again, deeper, louder, as if preparing to consume me entirely. I screamed back, pulling with everything I had, ripping free from the roots. Branches tore at my clothes, my arms, my throat. The copy lunged, grabbing my shoulder with a grip like iron. Its face inches from mine, its breath cold like winter soil. Take it back, or take its place. I shoved it away, ran blind through trees that reached for me like starving limbs. The orchard's glow dimmed behind me. The breathing faded. Finally, the rose broke, and I stumbled out onto open ground. the orchard's last whisper. As I reached my car, panting, bleeding, shaking, I heard it behind me. The orchard's final exhale. A low, rumbling whisper carried across the valley. You will return, all fruit returns. And then, we are still growing you. I drove until sunrise. Didn't stop. Didn't look back. But even now, wherever I go, I can taste apples in my sleep. I can hear leaves rustling in my lungs. And sometimes when I pass a reflective surface, I swear I see another version of myself standing just behind me, holding the fruit, waiting,